Good morning. Good morning and welcome. Hi. So huge turnout this year again. Thank you very much for coming. Um, we we have a great program built by the program committee, which is here on front. So many awesome talks, a packed program. So I promise to be really quick so we can get on with it. I already got the notice. So as always, we have a lot of new people, a lot of newcomers coming for the first time to DKNOG. So especially if you're here for the first time, welcome to you. So I want to just briefly mention that even though most of the people have, a lot of people have been here for 15 years in a row, maybe. Even if you're a newcomer, then it can be quite daunting to come into this room with all of the industry experts, but I just want to let you know that since you are here, you are the expert. And if it seems like there is a lot of content up here with very deep technical information, just remember that the person sitting next to you doesn't necessarily understand everything at all. So remember that what you know is also, you're also the expert in your own field. So don't feel intimidated. We have deliberately tried to get the best technical presenters here, but that does not mean that you should be intimidated by them. You should learn from them and be sure that the person sitting next to you is probably as confused as you are. So please go ahead and ask your question. The person sitting next to you will thank you for it. So we're all here to learn, even if you are an industry veteran or you are new. This is about learning. So go ahead, ask your questions. If you have any questions during the Q&A sessions of the talks, there's a microphone over there. So run up to that microphone, queue up, and ask all of your questions. And as I said, I will be quick. If you are a newcomer and don't know what this means, then go ahead out in the hallway track. Ask someone what this means. So some practical information. Tonight we'll have the social. We will be over at the planetarium. It is sold out, so go and check your registration page if you managed to sign up for the social. If you know you can't make it, then please send us an email, because then we had a wait list. If you're not signed up, email us as well so we can add you to the wait list. But it was hugely popular. But as I said, I promised I'll be quick. So the social is at 6, or in Danish at 18. Practical information, you are here and you need to go here. I hope you will not get lost during the way. And so that is it. You have also been asked if you want to sign up as a member of the association, and I hope you do. If you have not and regret so, there will be a QR code here that you can go and sign up as members of the association. You will then receive invitations to the general meeting and generally help in building DKNOG for the coming years as well. And that's basically it for me. But the most important thing that I really cannot rush through is all our sponsors. For reference, the tickets that you have purchased and paid for is about 20% of the budget for having this conference. The rest is paid for by our sponsors. So please visit them out in the hallway. And this year's platinum sponsor, our main sponsor, is NLogic. After having NetNode for 14 years, they have kindly asked to step down, and NLogic is kind enough to step up as the main sponsor, which you will also see during the social tonight. So, thank you to Enlogic for being the main sponsor. And of course, we have the gold sponsors as well, Net Nordic, AVM, and Contia. Go ahead and visit them. I think they have some great gadgets and hardware to show you, so that's always nice. And then we have a lot of silver sponsors as well, Flex Optics, Linksys, NetNode, NextGen, iTectra, DKNOG15, Smart Optics, and PROSA, your local labor union. So if you're having trouble with your work environment, go and talk to them. And the associate sponsors, Norlys and Affinitech. And then this year, I don't know if everyone have noticed that we have coffee sponsor Interlink. They have a coffee station down at the end here. If you haven't been there, I encourage you to go there. They have some great coffee. You can, of course, welcome to still use the hotel coffee machines that you have been doing, but go and see them there. And then when you leave this room, don't necessarily all go out through the doors on my right-hand side. There are doors behind the screens as well, so you can go straight to the coffee. Please do so. And some practical information. We have live streaming, so we are live on YouTube or whatever. There are cameras over there. If you do not like to be on the live stream, over here is your safe zone. That section here is not going to be live on camera. We also have a photographer walking around here. Raise your hand. If you do not like to be on the pictures that he is taking, please go and talk to him. He will then take your picture. And he will use that to filter you out once he post-processes the pictures, so you won't be in any of the official pictures from this event. So I think that is all the practical information from me. And if you don't know how to engage in conversation out in the hallway track in the breaks, ask someone if they know what this means. And if they don't, and you know, then tell them. Thank you. I will now hand over the show to the program committee, who will tell you who will be speaking and about what.
All right. Wow, you look good. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker in a minute, but I just want to quickly give you a little bit of housekeeping rules here. We have surveys for each speaker online on our website. If you go to our website, the DKNOG15.dknog.dk, there's a menu link called Surveys. There'll also be a QR code that points to it during the breaks. But there'll be a survey per speaker and also one for the conference itself. It would be very, very good if you could fill them out, especially quickly after remembering what the content was about, so you actually remember what to fill into the surveys. That will help us quite a lot. After the presentation, we'll take questions, and that's at this microphone over here. I might also run around with a microphone just because otherwise it might get a bit trafficky in here. But when you ask a question, please introduce yourself with your name and possibly affiliation if you'd like to. Then we know who's asking. All right, so it's my absolute pleasure to introduce our first talk. It's by Jeff Bennett, who recently worked for a company called Infinera, but now it's called Nokia. And it's on something we all heard a lot about, I think, unless you've been living under a rock, AI. but with an environmental perspective. Please give him an applause.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to thank the program committee for the generosity of giving me an hour. And it's my responsibility now to keep you entertained for that hour. So I do take that very seriously. My day job is actually getting involved in submarine transmission, optical transmission for subsea. But I've become increasingly passionate about artificial intelligence, and particularly the way that it's affecting the power consumption and our green aspirations around the world. So being a lazy person, I decided to ask AI, particularly Copilot, give me a bullet point summary on how AI will give benefits to mankind. Just like all AI responses, the responses look fantastic. High-level bullet points. It gave me some sub-bullets. I did the visual arranging, so that's my job. But there's always a deeper story. There is a World Economic Forum report on this if you're interested in some real experts talking about it. But in particular, I started to ask myself the question, will AI really be good for the environment? So that's the focus of the rest of my presentation. And luckily, Bill Gates says, yeah, there's nothing to worry about. Be happy. Now, I'm not sure Bill Gates is necessarily an impartial commentator on this topic. So if we look at reports by the International Energy Agency and also an increasing number of newspaper articles about not only the energy aspects of AI, but the water consumption, there are 3 interesting reports there you can check out. And by the way, please download the slides. It's full of links. There's all sorts of links that I've to the various documents I've used to create this presentation. But why do we seem to be rushing headlong into an AI future? It just seems you cannot get away from this at the moment. And of course, what people are seeing, in particular the hyperscalers are seeing, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And that's why they're building huge AI data centers. And just to give you a clue as to what's behind this, it's money, right? They're not doing this for altruistic reasons. They're doing it to make money. So why now? Why has this suddenly become, really, really top of the news? So this is my first recommendation. If you can find this article, the link is in the bottom left of the slide. It's by somebody called L.M. Poe. I've no idea who this person is, but they've written a fantastic history of artificial intelligence. I stole this timeline from that article. Again, lazy person. So what really I would highlight in this timeline is 2017. A seminal paper by Google identified the concept of a transformer architecture for machine learning. And transformers suddenly made AI actually look intelligent. So that's really the why we've seen this initial explosion. So this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, once the AI actually seems to be something useful, started to gather momentum. Now, Steve Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI, he's brilliant at sound bites, right? So he gives these, he's asked, how do we get to the doorstep of this next leap in prosperity? And he said, well, in 3 words, deep learning worked. But it's much more interesting. He expands it to 15 words. Deep learning worked. It got better, predictably better with scale, and we dedicated increasing resources to it. So this is the part that gets really interesting. Something has worked for them to make money from. In order to make money, you need to invest more heavily in processing power, basically. And they start, it's a chain reaction. You start seeing better and better results as your AI starts to become more sophisticated. So what happens? An ecosystem forms, a market starts to form. It starts with the original hardware manufacturers, people like NVIDIA, of course, who are making loads and loads of money from this. The hyperscalers who are building the artificial intelligence neural networks. Then you've got the developers and the integrators actually creating the solutions and implementing them. And on the bottom there, you've got all the people who benefit indirectly. air conditioning companies, the companies that provide all of the materials to build the data centers. So then we start to see the growth in this market. This year, it's likely to be about $250 billion. Now, I've been around for a while. You can see, I'm a couple of hundred years in this industry. So what's happened is this is the fastest growing new market segment I've ever seen in my career. It's crazy. And I was around for the internet bubble in the late 90s, and that seemed crazy. But what's happening is a reinforcement of behavior. And I'm not talking about the AI, I'm talking about the people who invest in the AI, because what they're seeing is growing valuations in the companies that are pouring in this investment. And think about the way venture capital models work. If you get proof that something is working, suddenly everybody jumps onto that bandwagon and more money pours into that marketplace. So that means data centers are getting bigger. You may remember a few years ago, we were very impressed with Meta's Luleå data center in Sweden. 30 megawatts. It wasn't just a building, it was a whole campus of data centers. Fantastic. 84,000 square meters. Well, the biggest data center this year, let me just go back one there. The biggest data center this year is 150 megawatts. That's 5 times more power consumption than Luleå. It's in China, the Inner Mongolia Information Park. 1 million square meters. Absolutely enormous data center. And of course, in 2028, which is the largest announced data center, it's 3,000 megawatts in South Korea, a $35 billion investment. This is just insane, the growth of these data centers. Now, if anyone knows anything different, by the way, please let me know, because you can check out 3 different lists on the size of data centers and you get 3 different answers, particularly with China, because China reports certain figures, then people get satellites and they measure the size of these data centers. That doesn't seem to add up. So who knows? But they're very, very big. Okay, so clearly we'll be building a lot of big data centers. So what kind of resources do they consume? For example, do they consume a lot of water? Simple answer, yes. This is a report on AI data center water use. It's from the University of California. They identify what are called Scope 1 and Scope 2 water usage. Scope 1 is the water consumption in the data center, as you'd expect, for the cooling primarily. But Scope 2 is, well, how is that data center powered? Because it turns out, depending on the power source that you choose, it will consume different amounts of water. The amount of water that they're estimating for 2027 is between 4 and 6 times the consumption of the entire country of Denmark, right? So that's an enormous amount of water, 4.2 to 6.6 billion cubic meters per year. Now, as I said, a big factor in how much water the data center consumes is how you power it. Because it turns out that nuclear power, which, as we'll see later, is becoming increasingly popular with AI hyperscalers, that is the largest consumer of water of any of the major power sources. But that's not the whole story. Let's talk about a few basics of electricity. How does the world generate electricity? So this report comes from Our World in Data, covers about a 40-year period, and we can see energy consumption is rising. It's roughly tripled in those 40 years. And some of you who are concerned about the environment, you might be going, oh no, this is awful. The fact that we're using so much power is horrible. No, it's not. We shouldn't feel guilty about the fact that we are using more power, because power is prosperity. Look somebody in the eye who lives in the third world and tell them that they're not allowed to have an air conditioner, right? That's not ideal. They'll be living in 45 Celsius conditions very soon. We cannot stop people using power, and we must not. The thing we need to be concerned about is how we generate that electricity. Because in that same 40-year period, if we look back at the beginning, we see that fossil fuels accounted for 63% of electrical generation. 40 years later, how much progress have we made? Well, it's 61%. But it's not quite as easy as that, because 2 and a bit percent is actually bio something or other. Hang on a sec. 2 and a bit percent is bioenergy. And the problem with bioenergy is that some of it's clean, or at least carbon neutral, and some of it really isn't. Biomass, for example, has got about the same carbon footprint as coal. So it's not clear that we've really reduced CO2 per kilowatt hour at all. However, an important part of how we use the power is actually how we move it about. It's the national grids that we build. So grids are really essential in efficient use and distribution of power. So, you know, this audience will be very familiar with the concept of a grid, because it's kind of like the internet. It's a cloudy thing. And so you have information, no, it's not information, it's electricity that goes in from coal or gas, nuclear, hydro, and the grid has to both transmit it and then distribute it out to the end user. And you need different voltages depending on what you're doing. If you're transmitting, you need the highest possible voltage to have the minimum waste of electricity on the journey. If you are distributing it to households, it's very, very bad to have 265,000 volts going into a house, right? So you need to step it down to lower voltages. So the distribution grid steps down. Now, the clicker's a bit sluggish. So regular customers, like cities, when I say regular, I mean ordinary customers, like cities or farms, they use the distribution grid. They take the power out at the distribution grid level. Whereas renewable installations, wind and solar, they tend to feed in to the distribution grid at that level because they don't produce very much power. So you feed in at that low voltage level. If you have storage systems, like batteries or pumped hydro, they actually have a two-way connection into the distribution grid, because sometimes they'll be giving energy into the grid as you discharge them, but sometimes you need to power them back up again, pump the water up to the top of the hill or recharge the batteries. So very high demand users like data centers, particularly AI data centers, they'll connect in to the high voltage portion of the grid because they use a lot of power. And they'll also have, a lot of times, solar panels on the roof, a few windmills stuck in the garden, and they'll be generating a small amount of clean energy themselves. But they need a grid connection because those solar and wind farm energy sources are intermittent. If the sun's not shining or the wind's not blowing, there's no power. So you need to pull the rest of the energy from the grid. Now, a new city needs an enormous amount of energy. But think about it. How long does it take for a new city to grow? There's a new city being planned just outside Cairo at the moment. But it's taken 15 years to get as far as it has done. And it means that the electricity company has got some time to plan the expansion of the grid. But a data center can pop up within 3 months. But it has a huge amount of power consumption demands on day one. So it really puts these grids under a lot of pressure. And power grids were already under pressure because of renewables. Renewables don't work very well with power grids because they generate DC, not AC. And power grids are synchronous. And if anybody remembers SDH and having to synchronize the entire network, you may be aware how tricky it can be sometimes to have a synchronization hierarchy with a national network. Well, it's the same thing with AC power grids. You need to synchronize to the AC frequency. So many countries are experiencing grid congestion issues. So I'm from the UK, and we are a particular poster child for incompetence when it comes to national power strategy. So I can speak with authority on this topic. We have something like a 5-year wait for solar parks and wind farms to connect into the national grid. Well, that's insane, right? This is a climate emergency. Has anybody forgotten the bit about emergency? We also have housing projects stalled because they can't get grid connections, and we have a housing problem in the UK. But it's the same in the United States. And of course, the US isn't one country, it's 50 different countries, and they've all got these different grids, and everyone has different rules and things. So it's even more complicated there. But if you look across Europe, the story's the same thing. These are wind farm projects waiting to be connected to grids all across Europe. So you could say, relax, I ticked the box when I bought my air tickets and I planted a couple of trees, right? So I offset my carbon footprint. Maybe. There's a couple of reports, one by the University of Cambridge and one by an organization called REAL in the States, about the problems with green energy or clean energy certificates. And the basic problem is that these schemes are incredibly badly regulated. And it turns out, and keep this to yourselves, but humans are quite corrupt. So if they see an opportunity to make some money, especially when governments are pouring money into these projects, they think, yeah, well, I'll take some of that money. And of course, you end up, those are the same 2 trees that that person planted when they ticked the box. You know, it's a very, very poorly regulated scheme. In Australia, they have really good data on this. They have these things called Australian Carbon Credit Units, ACCUs. And you can map the increase in Australian carbon credit units against a decrease in real green energy projects being started, right? Clean energy agreements, which a lot of hyperscalers are using, you know, they're saying, well, hang on a second, it's a real pain to actually build a solar farm or a wind farm, and we can't even connect them to the grid anyway, so why don't we just buy some virtual clean energy instead of generating real clean energy? And yeah, again, a couple of reports, one on the domestic market, one on the corporate market, and it turns out, again, companies are basically trading in clean energy contracts as a quick fix. And in fact, you could argue that this is a negative factor within the clean energy market because it's giving them an easy way out instead of doing the right thing, which is to build clean energy projects. So, let's pause for some case studies. I'll just have a quick sip of water. So, the biggest data center market in the entire world is in Virginia. Massive successful market. We have a 30% compound annual growth rate since 2014 and around 4 gigawatts of power consumption by data centers in that region. Huge market. You guys probably work with people in those areas. I certainly do, because a lot of subsea cables are terminated on Virginia Beach, and they go to these data centers. So what do they need to continue that success? They need 11 gigawatts of new data center capacity by 2030 in Northern Virginia alone. And that, if they turn that up, that would represent 40% of the whole state of Virginia at the moment. So that is a massive amount of additional energy to turn up. How do they get there? So they need 10 to 15 gigawatts of firm generation capacity. So that means coal, gas, or nuclear. It doesn't mean solar and wind. But the problem is it can take 3 to 4 years to approve a new gas-fired generating plant of about a gigawatt. That's a bit of a problem. They need 10 to 15 of them. And the problem is that market prices are too low for developers to take the risk of building them, because the developers are saying, well, hang on a second, these are still spewing out carbon dioxide, and I think at some point somebody's going to notice if we build a lot of them, and they're going to start asking us to close them down, right? So you can understand their point of view, but this is what happens when you let free markets dictate your energy strategy, right? It's not a good thing. So, surprise, surprise, data centers in Virginia are facing a 7-year wait for connection to the grid. So their response is to actually bring their own power, right? We can't rely on the local electrical company. We need to bring our own power. Let's take a look at one of those cases. xAI's Colossus data center in Memphis. So Elon, of course, he has big ambitions. He wants to build or he has built, the link to the press releases on the bottom of the slide, he has built a 100,000 node cluster outside of Memphis, Tennessee. 100,000 H100 GPUs, and he wants to scale it to 200,000. And this is all for the self-driving stuff on Tesla vehicles. But 100,000 H100s need 150 megawatts of power. So where did he build this data center? He actually bought an old Electrolux factory, which used to make refrigerators and washing machines. Now, it turns out they don't need all that much power compared with an AI data center. So the local power company had only put an 8 megawatt feed into their data center. So what Elon does, he just gets some natural gas powered trailer generators. So, 14 of these parked outside the data center gives him another 35 megawatts. Well, we're still quite a bit short, so let's see if we can find some more of those trailers. So this time from solar turbines. Is this green energy? No. It turns out these are natural gas powered as well. So, so not ideal, not ideal. But they give him another 64 megawatts. Well, he's still short. Well, what about kind of upgrading the feed into the facility? So the power company has said, oh yeah, by the way, smog levels in Shelby County have already exceeded recommended levels before he started parking natural gas powered generators outside of his data center. So the local power company has agreed to upgrade the site to 50 megawatts, only a third of what he actually needs, which is, we're getting there. And XAI themselves have committed to building a 150 megawatt substation. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with this terminology, a substation does not generate power. It's just a connection point. It's just to make sure you can get enough power into the site. So where does the power come from, right? Maybe the Tennessee Valley Authority, which runs all the electrical stations in Tennessee, maybe they've got some hidden power source they're not telling us about. Oh no, the Southern Environmental Law Center basically says the grid is overloaded. Now you'll notice I say it's not a direct quote because these are lawyers, so it's about 5 paragraphs of saying there isn't enough power. We don't have enough power. Okay. Now, this is not stopping Elon. He says, no, I'm going to expand Colossus to 1 million nodes. I don't care that I can't get the power for it. So this is interesting because that represents 27% of NVIDIA's 2023 shipments. So that's quite a big chunk of their output. Maybe he could get them, maybe he can't, I don't know. But where are they going to get the 1.5 gigawatts of power that they need for 1 million nodes? So who knows? Who knows? Oh, and by the way, if you're expecting to drive up with a whole bunch of new natural gas-powered trailers, don't bother. There's a 90-week lead time on those trailers now because everybody's onto that particular scam. Now, let's look closer to home at Ireland, which is an incredibly successful economy that is being driven by hyperscaler investments, especially with data centers. But is the party over? Because in Ireland, at the moment, data centers account, actually somebody, I think, updated me when we were chatting earlier, it might be 25% already. It's due to rise to 30% by 2026 of the electrical power being consumed by data centers. So 30% of all of Ireland's electricity is being used by data centers. That's an enormous chunk. And Google actually had an expansion of a data center rejected outside of Dublin because they said, hey guys, we just haven't got the power for you. And they're sort of rethinking that now. At the moment, over 50% of Ireland's electricity is still generated by fossil fuels. Now, Ireland is doing something about this. They're building more wind power generation, but they also have a massive connector that's going from Southern Ireland, an undersea connector, going from Southern Ireland into northern France, and that will carry nuclear electricity, right? Nice, clean nuclear electricity. So Ireland doesn't have to build their own nuclear plants. They can just use France's. So how do we actually power AI data centers? Well, what do the AI data center operators actually need? Maybe that's a good place to start. Look at the requirements. So first of all, you need gigawatt scale. Look at what Elon is doing, right? He's thinking on this sort of gigawatt plus scale. But you also need, oh, by the way, here's a list of cities you could power with a gigawatt of energy, right? Including Dublin, Amsterdam, Liverpool. These are not insignificant cities. And as I say, it's taken decades for cities to rise to that level of consumption. Data centers can do it overnight. You need a 24/7, 365 energy supply, which is exactly what coal, gas, and nuclear deliver. Unfortunately, solar and wind are intermittent. But that's okay. You can connect it all to a grid, and you can use grid energy when you're not generating solar or wind, if you can get connected to the grid. Hydro, geothermal, tidal, and wave, they're location specific. You can't just use them everywhere. But again, if you can connect to a grid and you've got hydro somewhere else in your country, then obviously you can take advantage of it. You need a compact installation for the simple reason that you could build it right next to the data center and avoid a grid connection. You just connect directly into your private power station. And you want low CO2 emissions. Now, I would say condition number 4 has now become optional. I think you can start to see a problem here, right? Think about the original title of this presentation, the environmental impact of AI. Because if you look at Google, and I don't want to pick on it, too many individual companies, because they're all doing it, by the way. It's just that Google happens to have produced a report. And Google, basically in 2020, they said, we're going to be carbon neutral by 2030. Since they made that commitment, they've increased CO2 emissions by 48%. Microsoft made a fantastic commitment, and I think this is the kind of commitment we need from companies. They said back in 2020, we will remove all of the CO2 that Microsoft has ever put into the environment since the founding of the company, but in the mid-70s. And we're going to do that. Originally it was by 2030, it's now slipped to 2050. But since they made the commitment, they've increased CO2 emissions by 29.1%. And again, it's easy to point fingers when they kindly actually report this data publicly. So at least they're still reporting. Now, what about batteries, right? I mentioned about solar and wind not always producing electricity. Well, batteries are actually intended, grid-scale battery systems are intended to flatten something called the duck curve. I think I have a link to the duck curve in a hidden slide before this, maybe. So the duck curve is basically, if you look at during the day, its consumption during the day tends to dip in the middle of the day, exactly when solar is generating the power. So you've got nowhere to send your solar. And so what you can do, just charge up batteries. Now, if we look at the cost of lithium-ion batteries over the history of the technology, talk about a success story. I've got new data, because our world in data information stops a couple of years, back in 2018 actually. And in the last 7 years, lithium battery costs have just dropped off a cliff. So that technology has actually fallen in cost by over 99%. That's a staggering success rate. But the problem is this. Why don't we take a look at the largest combined solar and battery grid storage plant in the world and see how big it is? Now, when we talk about how big, we can say how big in 2 different ways. One is, how big is it? In other words, it takes up 3,530 football fields, or soccer pitches, as an American might say. This is the Edwards and Sanborn solar and energy storage facility in California, right? It's huge. Well, hopefully it produces massive output. Well, not really. 864 megawatts. Oh. Well, it's got batteries as well, so it's got massive battery storage. Well, not really. 3.2 gigawatt hours, which means the largest combined facility in the world could power a gigawatt scale AI data center for just over 3 hours. The largest in Europe, 40 minutes. It's in Belgium. Now, another thing to think about when we look at solar and batteries is solar panel waste. It costs between $20 and $30 to recycle a solar panel, but it only costs $2 or less to send it to landfill. So if we are talking about free market economics, which I did mention was like the worst way to plan your energy strategy, that is not good. Unfortunately, the European Union has stepped in and they're now saying, hey, you need to build in a cost when you sell a solar panel to make sure that it's recycled. right? Which makes sense. Lithium battery recycling, so difficult to get reliable numbers, anywhere between 5% and 59%. I know for a fact in the United Kingdom, we've got this huge wave of electric vehicles being sold, and we're now getting a massive, warehouses full of lithium batteries from electric vehicles that have been in accidents. Two reasons for this. Number one, the companies involved do not publish their APIs and data models for how to service these battery packs, except for Nissan. Nissan have open sourced the Leaf. And number two, insurance companies. As soon as they see any damage on a battery pack in an EV, they write the car off. And that battery, what do you do with that battery pack? So they're all stored in flame-proof warehouse facilities around the UK at the moment. It's crazy. What about the power options for data centers? Here's the list, all of our potential candidates. So let's start looking at this list against the requirements. For gigawatt scale, that table is a list of the largest facility in the world for each different energy source. So if we're looking at gigawatt scale, we can scratch off tidal and wave because they're not gigawatt scale. Incidentally, well, no, I'll give you this surprise later. If you want reliable energy, you want a high capacity factor. So the table at the bottom is the typical capacity factors for different energy sources. What that means is, how much of the time does it actually generate power? Nuclear is the winner by far. Surprisingly, coal is a loser. Coal, like British sports cars, spends a lot of time being fixed, right? Any of you who own a British sports car will know this, right? Well, it turns out coal-fired power stations also spend a lot of time getting fixed. But you can also scratch off solar, wind. Solar and wind, because they're, the sun doesn't shine very much in Europe anyway, but it certainly doesn't shine at night. Hydro as well, apparently, because you can't always generate hydropower. You may not have enough water level in your reservoir. What about being compact? And again, there's a very complicated chart. You've got a link to that chart there, and I've scratched off hydro, solar, wind, and coal. They're not very compact, especially coal, because you tend to have a very big space. Guess what it's for? It's for them to put all the coal ash that comes out of the coal-fired power station. That coal ash, by the way, is radioactive, and nobody measures it. Nobody measures that coal ash for radiation, whereas, of course, nuclear plants are not allowed to emit any radiation. But if you live downwind from a coal-fired power station, yeah, you probably glow in the dark by now. What about low CO2? Well, again, you can scratch off, which ones did I do there? Oh yeah, natural gas and coal lost out there. So you can see that certain kinds of energy source have got multiple crosses against them, whereas we've now left ourselves with two potential winners, and that is nuclear and geothermal. Geothermal, in the table on the left, you can see there is a geothermal plant that is 1.59 megawatt output. That's actually in America. It's in one of these national parks where you've got geysers and things like that. So, what about the materials that we use by different power type? So, for manufacturing materials, this is predominantly cement, concrete, glass, and steel. And you can see that nuclear is by far the winner. Geothermal is not too bad. I would draw your attention to solar. There's an orange block in solar. So not only does it use quite a lot of materials, that orange block is stuff like lithium, indium, for indium tin oxide, massive user of the element indium. There are certain elements that are in that orange block where we don't have an unlimited supply of those on Earth. So it's not clear, unless we start recycling solar panels pretty soon, it's not clear that we'll have enough of those elements. What about water consumption? Now this is the problem. Water and geothermal are amongst the worst, nuclear and geothermal are amongst the worst water consuming power sources. You'll also notice there's a couple of options for solar there. It's called CSP, concentrated solar power. Some of you may have seen these stations in Spain with loads of mirrors that point towards a high tower. It's actually a really good form of solar power because it can be 24/7 for reasons that I could explain. But unfortunately, it's a dying industry. And what's killing it is solar PV. So solar photovoltaics are killing off solar CSP because it turns out photovoltaics are much more cost effective. So that's interesting. Now, geothermal, 3 different papers there. I always like to look at more than one paper because the Project Innerspace was specifically set up to market next generation geothermal, so they may have a slight bias. On the other hand, the International Energy Agency, the IEA, has often been accused of promoting fossil fuels and nuclear over renewables. So maybe they've got a bias the other way. Hopefully, the Idaho National Laboratory, which was also, that report was endorsed by MIT as well, maybe that's a middle of the road report. So you could check out all 3 of them. Geothermal is a form of nuclear power because what happens is you have radioactive elements under the ground. They heat up the subsoil, or the stuff that's underground. They heat it up, you pump water down, and you make steam. So that's how geothermal works. In some places around the world, this heat is easier to get to than other places. That's conventional geothermal. And here's a list of countries where you'll find quite a lot of conventional geothermal. But in total, geothermal represents less than 1% of the world's electricity generation today, because it's not available everywhere. However, there is a new kind of geothermal, enhanced geothermal. So with enhanced geothermal, we use fracking techniques to open up more locations where you could operate geothermal. Ooh, that word fracking, does that cause like slight discomfort in the room? It doesn't in America. I gave this presentation in Atlanta and they were fine about it. So the pros of enhanced geothermal: potentially low CO2. Notice the asterisk. Whenever you dig a hole in the ground, stuff comes out. Now that stuff, that's a technical term. It's things like carbon dioxide, methane, hydrogen sulfide. Now some of those gases are regulated if you sign the Kyoto Treaty, but like America, if you didn't, they don't measure the CO2 that comes out. They don't have to. But the others, they may measure. It's a 24/7, 365, potentially a small footprint. A really important advantage of enhanced geothermal. If we are trying to close down the oil and gas industries, wouldn't it be nice to have all of those trained engineers with decades of experience and give them jobs to do? So enhanced geothermal, the skill set matches really well with the oil and gas industry. So as you close down oil and gas, you can employ them in enhanced geothermal. Now the disadvantages: potential emissions, right? Nice balanced thing. Now potential waste production. When you're using these wells, in addition to the gases that come out, there's this stuff called slurry that comes out, and it's really nasty stuff. It's very toxic in many cases because they put things into the well to make everything work better. Various chemicals that usually leach into the groundwater and start to poison people. That's what they found in the United States. You also have potential for seismic disturbances, as we found in Europe as well. So the big disadvantages for me, though, most of the enhanced geothermal designs are megawatt or tens of megawatt scale. They're not gigawatt scale. There's only that plant in Yellowstone National Park that was at the gigawatt scale. It potentially needs a lot of water, and generally speaking, they're unproven. However, if we read the Idaho National Laboratory report, they say there is an enormous potential for this energy source. And actually, $600 to $900 million for 100 gigawatts of relatively clean power generation, I think that's a bargain. That's a really good price. So, possibility. Now, you've all been waiting for me to talk about nuclear, because nuclear seems like the perfect solution to power AI data centers. Or does it? Excuse me. Let me just introduce you to a few issues. Now, I first gave this in Atlanta, which is in Georgia, right? And in the state of Georgia, the Americans happen to have built their most recent nuclear power stations. So let's take a look at those. Vogtle 3 and 4, 4.5 gigawatts of power output, looking good so far. Yeah, we could power a lot of data center capacity with those. However, the original time frame, when they were supposed to be running in 2017, slipped to 2025, 8 years. And they are 2.6 times over budget. And these are not small budgets, right? $37 billion is not a small budget. Oh, well, what about the UK, right? We're building new nuclear power stations. 3.2 gigawatts. Again, yeah, this is what we need, multiple gigawatts. Except ours have slipped in time frame, and we've gone 4 times over budget. No, hang on. We've got to find somebody that uses a lot of nuclear power. What about the French, right? Let's look at the French. Flamanville 3. Again, a 1.65 gigawatt output, so we're in the right ballpark for scale, but it's 13 years over budget and 6 times more than it was supposed to cost. This is a recurring theme with Western nuclear power. Why? Well, there's a common thread that runs through all 3 of these countries. The last time they built nuclear reactors was a generation ago. In the US, it was 1973. The UK, it was 1988. In France, it was 1991. They've lost a generation of experience of people who actually understand how to build nuclear power plants. Another little fun fact, these are all pressurized water reactors. Where do you think the fuel comes from for the world's pressurized water reactors? A little company called TVEL in Russia. Because, I mean, there is some made in France, but it's a different kind of fuel. So, but the basic design of PWR all uses Russian fuel. Now, the nuclear part, I would contend, may not be the only problem. Because no mega projects these days come on time or in budget. If we look at the Three Gorges Dam, not a nuclear project, it was 4 times over budget. Look at the project to save Venice from flooding, 4.7 times over budget. What about the Big Dig in Boston, the tunnel under the river, 8.5 times over budget. These are mega projects. We're just not very good at project planning these days. Were we ever any good at project planning on a mega scale? I don't think we were. If we look at the Sydney Opera House, it was 14.6 times over budget. If we look at the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, it started in 1883. It's still not finished, and nobody has any idea of how much money people spent on it. And you don't even need to be on Earth. The International Space Station is 10 times over budget. So, you know, that's wherever around the planet, right? So, yeah. Now, one way of dealing with this is to make the reactors smaller. There's a terminology I'm going to use in this table, SMR, Small Modular Reactor. So what we see here are the hyperscalers' published plans for their power strategies. Now, again, this is a bit of a passion project for me, this presentation. So if anyone has more up-to-date information on any of the slides, please do contact me, because I want to keep this presentation up to date. Amazon, in the short term, very, very famous. This was very publicized. They purchased a 900 megawatt data center next to the Susquehanna nuclear plant in Pennsylvania. Susquehanna nuclear plant, 1.8 gigawatt output, and Amazon said, yep, we'll have 900 megawatts, please. And the local power company says, sorry, a lot of people are already using this power. You can have 300 megawatts. This is a problem that when hyperscalers do pony up to existing nuclear power stations, they're taking the clean energy that you may have contracted for. I'm sure there's a lot of people in this room who specifically choose their energy provider because they provide clean energy. We have these contracts in the UK. I'm sure you do in Denmark. But what happens if somebody else has taken all the clean power, right? You don't get it. In the longer term, Amazon has SMR plans in 3 different locations. They are an anchor investor in a company called X Energy. I'll talk about them more later on. Google, they have geothermal investments with Fervo. they've announced SMR agreements with Kairos, another small modular reactor company. Microsoft have signed an agreement to reactivate one of the reactors in 3 Mile Island. Well, you may laugh. Yeah, we'll talk more about 3 Mile Island in a minute. But yeah, now that's going to be an interesting one. Now, they also have clean energy contracts, right, with the Ontario Power Group. Also, small modular reactor deals with them. It's a Canadian company that's going to provide them with some clean energy, or virtual clean energy. They also, very optimistically, have a nuclear fusion deal with a company called Helion. Nuclear fusion is a technology that is awaiting, we're waiting for it to arrive, basically. Now, Oracle have got big plans for big data clusters and the intention to use small modular reactors. I don't have any more details on Oracle. Meta wanted to build a data center near to a nuclear reactor. But during the planning process, they discovered a rare species of bee that was in this area, and they've had that plan blocked for where they wanted the data center. Honestly, it's easy enough for them to just choose another location near to that power station, just move it a bit. But this is something we need to take into consideration, especially with bees that are an integral part of the crop life cycle. They also have an agreement with an enhanced geothermal company. So what we're seeing here is small modular reactors and geothermal as sticking out. So what about those small modular reactors? So a conventional nuclear reactor usually generates between 700 megawatts and 1.6 gigawatts. The largest reactor in the world is 1.6 gigawatts. You saw bigger numbers earlier. That's because they have more than one reactor on that site. So you can power a city or a mega data center. Small modular reactors, well, so one source at the IAEA, it said less than 700 megawatts. I think the European Atomic Energy Agency says less than 300 megawatts. But you could power a town or a regular-sized data center with that. A micro-reactor, 10 megawatts. You could power a factory, a small community, a small data center. Now, the idea with SMRs, right, if you get the sort of philosophy behind a small modular reactor, first of all, it's a smaller project to plan, but most importantly, you don't build them in a hostile external site that might be raining half the time, snowing half the time. It could be horrible conditions on site. You build them in a nice, clean factory where you can just churn them out on a production line, drive down costs, because we are very good at doing that as engineers, and that's how you improve the reproducibility of time to build and budget, and also improve quality. And they're small enough for co-location with a data center facility, and if you don't have enough power from one of these reactors, you just put more than one. That's what the modular means in small modular reactors. You just keep on putting them there until you have enough resilience and capacity for your power. Now, you would think, in a world of joined-up thinking, you would choose one or two small modular reactor designs. You test the heck out of them, and then you just crank them out. So, I wonder if that's how it works in the real world. Well, let me introduce you to the 60-plus small modular reactor designs at the moment that are being developed around the world. So there's a glossary of terms for the particular type of reactor down in the left-hand side here. So operational reactors, in China, there is a high-temperature gas-cooled reactor that's been operating for a number of years and connected to the grid. In Russia, they have a small modular reactor on a boat. It's actually a barge that is pulled around to like a mining community in the Siberia somewhere, and it pulls up. They hook it up into the waiting grid connection and power that community for a while. The Russians have got a lot of experience with nuclear-powered icebreakers, and the reactor designs that they use on those use highly enriched uranium to allow you to build a much smaller but powerful reactor. So that's what they use on the barge. Under construction, we have a couple of different designs in China, including my favorite nuclear fuel source, which is thorium. And the fact that I have a favorite nuclear fuel source means that I probably should get out more. But they do have that as a prototype reactor in Mongolia. The Russians have got a lead-cooled fast neutron reactor. Very interesting because you can actually burn nuclear waste in reactors like that. And then in Argentina, there's a sort of very long ongoing attempt to build a PWR. A couple of PWR designs in Russia. And then licensed, so this is where they've finished the design, they've applied for all the licensing, and yep, they've approved it. They've rubber stamped all the documents. Licensed in at least one country, a Hyundai reactor that's licensed in South Korea, and the NuScale pressurized water reactor licensed in the United States. NuScale have already tried to build one. And unfortunately, they didn't have a hyperscaler as a customer because it just ran out of money, that project. And I've no idea why the hyperscalers are not hammering down NuScale's door, because they are ready to go with another design, with another project, basically. And they would have learned a lot from that initial attempt. But none of the hyperscalers seem to be talking to NuScale. Seeking a license. In other words, you've finished your design, and you've now applied for the licenses. Rolls-Royce are applying in the United Kingdom with a pressurized water reactor design. Holtec with another PWR in the United States. Now, an incomplete list of all of the SMR designs that are in progress, including one of my other favorites, Copenhagen Atomics. And if anyone knows about them, I'd happily chat in the coffee break about that. But they also use thorium as a fuel source. If you'd like another presentation for an hour on why thorium is a really good nuclear fuel source, let me know. So it could be 10 years from in design to operational, which is why I'm absolutely baffled that NuScale, that have basically chopped off 8 years of that 10 years, why the hyperscalers are not just saying, hey, work with us. But they're not. Now, what about nuclear waste? I'm going to make a controversial comment here that it's a choice. It's a choice that we make. It's not an inevitability. So nuclear waste, there's not that much of it. But if you ever talk about nuclear waste, make sure you find a photograph with corroding barrels, preferably leaking green glowing ooze. And if you can use pictures of Homer Simpson with the glowing thing down his back, that would be amazing. So look, nuclear waste is a highly regulated form of industrial waste. Of all the kinds of industrial waste, it is just the easiest to find out if you have any. For $35, you can buy a Geiger counter on AliExpress, and it works perfectly. There's a review on YouTube. And you can't do that with chemical waste. All of those poor victims of the Bhopal disaster, where horrible chemicals spewed out of that chemical plant and they started dying, they would have had to pay $1,000 for a chemical analysis of the air and wait 2 weeks for the results. With a Geiger counter, it's $35 and it tells you straight away. So, what do we do with nuclear waste? Finland is almost finished with a deep nuclear repository. That's the default. We're just going to bury it, which is crazy because most of the energy is still in the depleted fuel rods. Only France and Russia reprocess their nuclear fuel. So, that's crazy. And why do they do that? Free market thinking. Because it's cheaper to mine new uranium than to reprocess a fuel rod. That has to change. And third, you could use a fast spectrum reactor to burn that nuclear waste. You turn it into other elements. Some of those elements could also be used as fuel. Some of them can be used as medical isotopes. Some of them, the only reason you change the element is so that it decays very quickly. So instead of waiting 300,000 years for it to be safe, it's 14 years. And you just store it in a kind of regular above ground facility. So there are ways to deal with nuclear power. Now, isn't nuclear power dangerous? Well, here are 3 papers that argue that it is, right? 3 different organizations who don't like nuclear power. Links to those papers, you can have a read of them if you like. But the way I look at it is this. This is the cumulative number of reactor hours since nuclear power became commercial. And you'll notice there are 3 milestones. 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. So how dangerous were those 3 different incidents? Well, nobody died at 3 Mile Island, and the amount of radiation released into the environment was about the same as a chest X-ray, or taking a flight between Boston and San Francisco. In Chernobyl, now these estimates are highly disputed, by the way, but one of the UN estimates is 60 people. So 30 people died almost straight away, and then there were around 30 deaths of children, mostly children afterwards, from thyroid cancer. And the reason that you should be really angry about that is that every single one of those deaths was avoidable. If the Soviets had actually admitted that there had been a release of radiation and issued iodine tablets, which are stupidly cheap, to the population, those children would never have come down with thyroid cancer. But luckily, thyroid cancer is very treatable, and the death rate is extremely low. The reason that we can be very sure now that it's only 60 deaths is it's next year is 40 years since Chernobyl. If we were going to get thousands of deaths, we would have seen them by now. So, that's all I can say. How many people died in Fukushima? One guy. So he was a plant operative, very brave guy. He refused to leave his post, even though people said, look, you've gone over the radiation levels. He died 7 years after Fukushima of lung cancer. He was a smoker, just saying. Anyway, following the Fukushima incident, the German leadership, the Green Party in Germany had already tried to do this for many years, but finally the leadership said, yeah, we're going to close down all of our nuclear reactors in 2022. They extended that to 2023 because of problems with Ukraine. But they had to replace that power with something. They replaced it with coal and natural gas from Russia. There is a report from the National Bureau of Economic Research that there are 2 or 3 other reports. This is the highest number. 1,100 additional deaths occur in Germany every year because they close down their nuclear power plants. And it costs them $12 billion in social costs every year because they close down their nuclear plants. Greta Thunberg, now the headline says, oh, she's embraced nuclear power, will the Greens follow? Let's just be clear about this. Greta Thunberg is a very thoughtful person. She said this in the context that the Germans really made the wrong decision. She didn't just blanketly endorse nuclear power. I think she thinks about it on a case-by-case basis, which is the right way to think about it. But NASA had a report in 2013 that said there are 1.84 million people who are alive today because we had nuclear power. These deaths were prevented because of the reduction in pollution from coal and from natural gas, from oil and various other pollutants. So, I'm clicking, there we go. So I'm thinking 3 steps for hyperscalers to take now. Number 1, grab any spare capacity on nuclear facilities before the competition does. Amazon and Meta are trying to do that. Extend the life of existing nuclear plants. Amazingly, in 2024, the US Department of Energy said that 25% of US nuclear plants were threatened with economic closure. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? They've got decades of life in front of them, and you're threatening to close them. Free market challenge, right? I mean, it's just not joined up thinking. Number 2, you've got to restart any mothballed facilities that are recently closed down. The first one, by the way, this has never been done, right? The first one that's likely to happen is the Palisades plant in Michigan, followed by 3 Mile Island. Now again, nobody died at 3 Mile Island. There were 4 reactors at 3 Mile Island, and one of them had a fault. And the other 3 continued to operate safely ever since. But about 5 years ago, the last one was closed down for economic reasons. Crazy. In Germany, they've got 26 gigawatts of clean energy that could be restarted by just restarting their nuclear plants. Probably the safest nuclear plants in the world because they're run by German engineers, right? A lot of the bits were designed by German engineers. Germany doesn't have tsunamis, right? That's what caused the problem at Fukushima. But the CFO of E.ON said there's no economic way back. Well, the reason is 3 Mile Island was shut down for economic reasons, whereas Germany's reactors were shut down for political reasons. You've got to fight politics before you can look at restarting them. So number 3, build the large-scale plants if you know how to do it. The US, by the way, has now set a goal for 35 gigawatts of new capacity by 2035. Don't know how they're going to get there, but it's a moonshot, and that was, by the way, under the Biden administration. You could develop new kinds of reactors, like SMRs, and very long-term, hope somebody finally gets fusion to work. So we could assume that nuclear power is too expensive, it takes too long to build, it's got a very bad image, people are going to try to block it. Nuclear power may not be the right solution to the world's clean energy problems because of those kinds of barriers. However, I would argue that producing general purpose clean energy is not the goal of the AI hyperscalers. They've got shed loads of money, which is the SI unit of money these days. That's where Elon stores his. And they want to spend it on AI because that once in a lifetime opportunity. But if you can't power them, why bother building them? Nuclear is not just the best option, it's really the only option. So I would argue that the dream of cheap, clean, safe, abundant nuclear power could be realized by the hyperscalers for their purposes, and then the rest of the world benefits. So final slide. We have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the hyperscalers, but they need a better AI. Well, you could think of better AI, absolute terms in regulated industries, or just in a relative term for competitive advantage. But you need more processing power, and that means more compute power and electrical power. And we've got those pesky corporate goals, right? Damn, we publish them. And by the way, over 80% of solar panels are made in China. So they could say, we were only kidding, let's just carry on burning coal. But there are consequences when you take decisions like that. But of course, some of the hyperscalers have an alternative, right? We could go to Mars. Some of us could go to Mars. Except it's not some of us. None of us in this room are getting a ticket to Mars, right? It's them. They've got the Planet B option. Nuclear seems like a great alternative, but we seem to have forgotten how to build it. Well, not everybody has forgotten how to build it. But AI provides a massive productivity boost. Yeah, excellent. Except we all lose our jobs. Gradually everyone's going to be replaced by AI and robotics. Well, the problem is, who buys all the hyperscalers stuff if none of us have got jobs? Now, there has been a warning about this. It's kind of 2,000-year-old, this warning, Plutarch, who said an imbalance between the rich and the poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. Mankind has spent 2,000 years trying to solve that particular problem. We haven't done it yet, and it's actually getting worse. Maybe AI could help us. Who knows? I hope that's been of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Jeff. It's been a very, very enlightening talk. We have a minute for questions, and there are already people lining up, so let's take some questions.
Emil Petersen from Fiberby. Firstly, I think I would really enjoy reading the book called Less is More by Jason Hegel. It has mostly of what you're talking about is in there. And what it also mentions is that all the renewable power we are currently generating today is it's just built on top of any fossil fuels we are also having. So we haven't really done any improvements here. The thing I take away from this book is that we should just use less power. I know that doesn't really fit with the AI thing, but that will solve a lot of the issues you are also mentioning. Just do less.
Just a really fast response to that. So I've written the name of the book down. I'm going to check it out. Thank you for that. Using less power, I really have a hard time telling somebody in the third world, you can't have the benefits of power that we all had And especially given the nature of the power that they would like to use isn't that efficient. It's things like air conditioning, right? Yeah, so yeah, just a quick...
Yeah,
quick
I'm talking about us, not in places that actually need it.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But thank you again for the book recommendation.
You use the term free market economics repeatedly through that. Is it fair to say that the true cost that these companies are paying is not actually being accounted for properly because all the externalities of what they're doing is being borne by us, the general public?
Well, that was certainly the case in 2008.
I was trying not to say it. I mean, it looks like a perfect case of greater fool theory.
Yeah, yeah.
And with the actual, so it's not a comment but a question, when will the bubble burst?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I wish I had a crystal ball because I could short the market just before that. But thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for the comments.
Hi, Alexis Uhanen from Finland. You had a slide about hyperscalers and SMR. On the slide, you said that Microsoft signed a deal for 3 Mile Island in September this year.
Sorry, it was last year.
Yep,
Yeah,
so the
sorry.
slide has a typo
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I'll correct that.
And also, they said last month that they are putting their AI data center projects on hold because they think there is an over supply problem on the market. So you could add also the note that now they have a 3 Mile Island and no use for it.
Yep. Well, they don't have the 3 Mile Island yet. That's the good news for Microsoft. They really haven't paid much yet towards that. The other thing, when you look at Microsoft, they've got a different way of looking at data centers than the other hyperscalers. They often have to build data centers close to urban populations, and I don't know why particularly they're seeing a reduction in the demand, because a lot of other people I speak to, especially with inference and what DeepSeek did with inference time compute, a lot of people are saying, gosh, we're going to need a lot more processing power than we thought out at the edge of the network where the inference is being done. But who knows? I think it's very dependent on who you talk to. But I will make those updates. Thank you very much for noticing that. You're the first person to notice that update. Thank you.
Also, I wanted to mention that on one of the last slides you had the Plan B, Planet B. A lot of the writings about that topic is that if we can't even terraform Earth, we can't terraform Mars either.
Oh yeah, that was meant as a joke. So yeah, absolutely. I think that. Why not just terraform the planet we're on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Oh, sorry.
So before you leave, I just have a little token of appreciation.
Oh, thank you very much.
A little box of chocolate. And we are going to continue along the same topic, but a little bit more network focused this time. And I would like to welcome Peter Lundqvist from Arista to give the next talk.
Wow. I think I was here 2020. And it's probably the size of that square there. So applause to you guys. Second one, I heard that your neighbor doesn't really be the nuclear expert. Apparently he is. Imagine doing here and speaking knowing that 50% or more knows by far more than you, right? So if you feel pity of yourself, you sit there, just stand in my shoes, right? All right. AI. It was not very encouraging this morning. I had breakfast. I think 2 tables away, oh no, there are going to be 2 sessions about AI. So that's where we are. But, I'm going to try to be very techy as possible because building AI fabric, that's sort of what we are doing. The train has left the building. AI bubble, yeah, of course. I mean, we have seen one of them. There will be more. But I bet that junior people now, they're using chatbots by far more than Google. That's a fact. And you have to be brutal honest. Chatbots are by far better if you know what to look for. So I in that topic, that's unstoppable. Most of you here have learned how to master TCP, SAC fields, and retransmission. You just have to learn about AI workflow. That's it. Suck it in. And how many in here are Danish people? Well, I like to see an American from Texas doing serious patrol in Greenland, really. I like to see that. No, that would not happen. All right. A few buzzwords. Most of you people, how many people here have been gamers? Raise a hand. So you know inside out about the GPUs, right? So I'm not going to go into that. Collective communication, that's what I deal with. Actually, the networking part for collective communication, I will come to that. There's a whole range of buzzwords that you can sit on dinners and fledge out. Not just LLM, there's barrier, gradients, descent, all that. I will briefly touch into it because I like to talk about the networking piece. So I'm not going to talk that much about the algebra because this is algebra, like it or not. CPU and GPU. I showed this slide to my wife. I tried to explain the difference between a CPU and a GPU when I told CPU, complex task one at a time. GPU, parallel task at the same time. So it's very much an analogy to a man and a woman, right? You can also say that my very stupid comment about, yep, it's very true, honey, because GPU is by far more expensive than a CPU. So that's a fact. The whole thing with the AI or AI bubble is that there are two things of networking AI. There is single GPU and there's multi-GPU. And all these big data centers there is utilizing the multi-GPU factor. That means that you have a lot of these GPUs and you're working in parallel tasks. Because there are mathematical theorem that says that if you have a data set, chop it into paths, divide it, and then pull everything together at the end, it will be equally good as one unit solve the whole data set. So that is the AI workload in a nutshell, parallelism. Collective communication. If you're going to be in a networking part with anything with AI, these are the stuff that you will be aware of, because these are the ones that sort of steers how the workflows are. They are divided into 3 stages. It's the data movement, that is how the data comes to each GPUs. It's the aggregation, that is how you share the result between GPUs. And there's a synchronization when you bring everything together and you sort of, you have solved the project or the training. These are the 3 stages of any AI run. There's not a 4th or a 5th or a 6th stage. These are the stages. So if you're talking to this mad scientist and being a networking guy that I am, these are the things that I need to figure out. Is it all reduced? Or is it broadcast? Because then I know what the traffic pattern will be. If you look at this in a... Do you want to swap? There's no microphone, so... All right. So this is how training look like. You have a data set, which is sort of thinking there was a problem or a self-driving car or whatever. I mean, there's a whole bunch of data there. Right? You chop that into pieces, divide it out to each GPUs. That's the propagation part. Then you have a mathematical term, which means that you're running a forward and backward pass, and that is all maths. And you're going to come to what's called a descent, which means that now you sort of have come as close to possible where the truth are. And then you share that with all other units, and then you start all over again. This is how, in a graphical theorem, how an AI run look like. And if you don't trust me, you know, chat GPT it, and you see if you get a different answer. How many here deals with data center? Please raise a hand. How many here are internet yokis and do an operator? Raise a hand. Oh my God, I had to put the wrong t-shirt on then. All right. So most of the experience with the AI workloads is based from data center, but I will come to later part how that is actually moving outside the data centers. But the data centers for these AI fabric, they look fairly the same. It's IP-based. There is no layer 2 clusters in any kind here, or trunk ports, or any other madness. It's IP. Second thing is that everything here is load balancing. And load balancing here is not just for the performance, but also for the convergence, because the best convergence is the one that's always in use. And the third part is BGP. I have a few customers that runs with link state, but they are minority. It's BGP. So if you have a solid BGP knowledge, then you can build AI data center, because the rest are just mad scientists. How does a DGPU look like? Well, here comes the sort of the ultimate power, right? So it's essentially divided based on where to get the data. So there is what's first of all called the front end. The front end is what's called the CPU port. So that is how these servers kind of grab the data. That comes from storage. These are the CPU ports. And then you have the GPU ports, and that's the interaction between GPUs, and they runs in something called backend. So if you look at this beast here, it has 8 times 400 gig just for GPU to GPU communication. And then you can have 2 to 4 whatever CPU communication. That is just to get the data set into each GPU. Because remember, each GPU has its own memory space. So this is like a microcomputer within a computer. There are some slight variation, but the ones that have worked with NVIDIA can see this is a H100, which is sort of stands for majority today of these big data centers. Deep secret nodes. That's how they look like. Fabrics can be small or big. Not everything is in Memphis with 100 to 200,000 GPUs. Actually, most of them are actually single GPU fashion. And that is less of a problem in regards to networking. If you put all these GPU into one switch, you will have not so much to worry about. But this is like exactly when you meet a girl, get married, get kids, get dogs, summer place, all that stuff. That's exactly the same thing. When you start with AI, it will become to a fabric. And that's when the sort of the challenge starts, because that is not the easy approach. So, how does it look like? Well, you have something called the front end and back end. People that have been dealing with storage, this is no news. The front end is very much similar to a normal data center. That's where you put all your storage and so forth. You can have over provisioning here. That means that, for instance, you can have 3 times more access ports than trunk ports. So there is a slight bit of over provision allowed here, because usually you run TCP over NFS or CIFS between the storage and the service in question. Not with the backend. There's no over provision whatsoever. So if you have 400 gig in dense to the GPUs, you need to have 400 gig or 800 gig dense on your spine ports. There's no room here for any form of drop packets. So that explains sort of the complexity and also the cost of these data centers. Are there alternative topologies? Yeah, if there will be an NVIDIA guy, he will talk in tongue for the lower one. The upper one is, from where I come, I see it as a, do routing, and then you don't need to care, because then your GPUs, whoever GPU can talk to each other, because it will be a routed decision to find the destination. The lower one is very much like ATM PVCs for those that are very old like me. You essentially pull up everything. That means that GPU zeros, they all terminate on the same switch, and then it's just physical patching. I would say that the truth of building these is something in between, because usually using both at the same time. Because the problem here with the lower one that might think to be easy one is that it take a hell of a time to build, because obviously you patch the wrong cable to the wrong GPU, or the fact that there's a lot more fibers here and fibers can break. So the truth here is something in between about the topology in question here. I have seen them both, and I build both. Now it comes to the traffic. There's something called RDMA. So with the traffic between an AI, you try to avoid to have the Linux kernel involved. So that means that a memory space from each GPU talks to a memory space on another GPU. And that is called RDMA. So that's just one more of these funky words. So if you name that on a party and there's an AI guy there, you will be the most popular guy. In that memory then is divided into something called queue pairs. And queue pairs is segment of the memory that contains the data sets. So I will come to that. That's a very important piece for the networking part. No one really using layer 2. Yeah, I mean, InfiniBand had their show. It's over. Everything is in IP now. So Rogue Vision 2, what it takes is the previous RDMA header and just stack an IP UDP header to it. That's it. No more advanced thing like that. Just adding an IP and UDP header to it. And then you have now a routed packet, right? So this packet now can you put into an IP fabric. What are the challenges with this? Well, first of all, there's not much of entropy. These are what in old terms called elephant flows. There's a destination GPU where the queue pairs are. There's UDP source port. Well, not really. There is a UDP destination port. Well, all the same. So doing 5-tuple load balancing here will not help you that much, right? Because you will not be able to distinguish jobs between two GPUs if you're doing the 5-tuple load balancing. So that's one other thing. The other thing here is you can't drop this packet. So anyone here has spent years of career building class-based VRQ, deficit round robin, priority queuing, or whatever. Don't waste your time, because the trick here is not to drop packets. So you need to come up with a thing called pacing them, not dropping packets. That's the name of the game for all these AI parts. Again, having buffers is good, absolutely, but divide them into queuing, pretty pointless. Much more important that the hardware that you have has the capability to see that there are bursts now going on or there are delay, because that with telemetry then can indicate that you have a wrong design, which GPUs that talk to each other. This is by far more important than doing any QS designs. I'm monitoring, by the way, all of you here. So all of you that sits, I will be on the social event tonight and have a good memory. So one of these tricks here, I have spent most of my career actually disabling pulse frame. These annoying things that happen because a server is busy and it signals to the networks to shape down and someone complains that I don't have line rate, right? So most of my career have disabled this stuff. But this is very much in common. The only thing that you can have, for instance, if you have a spline, that is that you connect everything to one device. So the trick here is that if you're about to saturate a link, you signal with a pulse frame where the traffic comes from to please shape down. And you signal it with a timer. So the first packet here says shape down, and it is a timer there. And the second packet sends the same timer suddenly to 0. That means, okay, release the flood. So you will see there's a lot of pulse frame going back and forward. The trick here is to lower the rate because you cannot drop packets, right? You can handle temporary burst, but there's no QES here between AI flows. There's no lesser important queue pairs than anything else. So pulse frame in that old style, that is the priority flow control. The problem with that is that it's not routed, right? That's a layer 2 solution. So you can actually do it in sequence on all links to the network, but that means that you propagate on one link. So it will be very slow to the ones that you want to shape down, which is actually the server. So there's who knows about the deserve code point in here? Please raise a hand. You're all liars. Who knows about IP precedence bits here? Raise a hand. So you have, is a whole audience that not done any QS in network? Are you voting for Trump? All right. So there is those 2 bits that I spent my career earlier when I was working with operators to figure out what the hell have we prioritized 2 bits for? And that's the XLP congestion bits. The whole idea here is to be able to have some bits that you can signal to the source directly and sort of speed up. So with TCP, it works like this, that suddenly in the network you have a congestion. The bits are set, you have a congestion for this particular session. And on the receiver side, okay, I have congestion. It sets the bit in the acknowledge packet for TCP to the source, and the source will then lower the congestion window. And the congestion window number of packets you send before waiting for an ACK, right? This has been rolling around for TCP-based storage for some time, and works tremendously good, and works by far faster than waiting for 3 duplicate ACKs or a timer or something like that. It's just one problem. What is the problem? Other than that, I see AI fatigue already here. That is that RDMA is over UDP. So within the protocol of RDMA, it actually is a packet type that can signal back. So it's the same configuration you can do with the DISO code point bits, but in the acknowledgement packet back is essentially an RDM packet that says, please lower the speed. So it works exactly the same as TCP. So this is actually a well-used function to throttle down if you, for any kind, has not succeeded in your design, which GPU that talks to which GPU, because you haven't figured out if this is all reduced or broadcast or whatever style. So this is a very good tool to use. Where should I point it so it... this direction. So that is... Oh, hi. You're more or less good looking, by the way. Another thing to solve here, let's see where I am. It's the load balancing part here. So I did tell you there's not much of 5-tuple here, right? So, but what you need to do here is to read into the packet. So anyone that has done MPLS networking, then you most often are forced to read into beyond the MPLS header to get proper load balancing. Here's the same thing. So with the InfiniBand, you read 40 bytes into the packet, then this queue peers discovered. Then at least you can load balancing different flows from the same GPU. This is the only way to do it. But this is very, very trivial load balancing. And it's gonna achieve, you're gonna commute to some part, but it's not gonna be the ideal solution. But most vendors have this implementation. If they don't have it, well, they have never seen AI. So it's no question of that. So you need to be able to read RDMA in order to proper load balancing. Another thing is do cluster load balancing, and that is you still run RDMA or dynamic load balancing. However, you do snapshot of packets going out to the CPU, where you also try to figure out write codes. And write codes is if you start from queue pairs a new data set, right? And that one you can load balancing. So more and more very advanced features needs to be created if you build the fabric. That's the story behind it. Right. Then suddenly the 28th of January arrived. These are 2 curves. By the way, they are not after Trump's latest announcement. They are set from 28. And one is NVIDIA and one is 10 minutes. Then one is the conference. So, I mean, we were very humble after that, right? And one thing is that, AI and these type of jobs definitely will happen. But do everyone have afford with this? Or will there be this bubble just because it's so costly? So, can you run AI jobs? Can you build a plane or a new market machine for rent from if you're from bank or something else with AI? Absolutely you can. Can you rent that capacity somewhere? Yeah, I mean, that's the second phase of this AI evolution. That's the hosters of AI. They essentially build an AI network and then you can rent it. Chat, can you run it on the cloud? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all these chatbots is an example of it, right? But if you are a company and you need some time in running AI, let's say for 1 or 2 weeks, yeah, that's the next avalanche of services, right? Call it AI as a service or whatever. With that comes some challenges. Without data, this is pretty useless. So you need to move that data to this site where you have it with all these restrictions. You need to be virtual SAN, you need to be protected from another virtual entity and so forth. The next thing is that you need to divide the GPUs into VRF and all that stuff. But all of you that has built EVPN and that type of data centers, you will find this is not, I like to say rocket science, but these days not even rocket science feels good to say, right? So I guess brain surgery is something that I have to say, because by far he can't be a brain surgery. All right, running workloads outside the data center. To begin with, I don't know any operator that can guarantee 400 gig end-to-end without any loss or reorder. I find that very unlikely. Second topic there is that all this mechanism that I talked about, if you encapsulate that in a VXLAN or MPLS header, I mean, the packet will be encapsulated, right? So in that network, you cannot, achieve any sort of back pressure mechanism. Every time I'm supposed to talk about network, there's someone that asks me about SRv6. All I can say, I don't really see how SRv6 can do the job particularly better than MPLS here. Maybe with the flow label, I don't know. But I just parked that session. So if anyone Cisco wannabe, I will be on the social, we can bore ourselves out and have a talk about that. Are operator cores dumb? No, they have evolved to very advanced things. You can run it with some protocol called TWAMP. That means on each link you can figure out the delay and that it exported in ISIS, TLV, and then you can do your traffic engineering. But the problem here is that these are spoiled childs, right? So the most important one is the gradient sync time here. And there's a difference here, if you can see it on the fourth one, of 30 milliseconds from the average of 120. And if you would see an AI team seeing this difference, they will go haywire. That's not acceptable, because then you can run out of synchronization. So this is really, really complicated to run these AI flows as you do it in a data center. Can we do something else? Lower the speed. Yeah, you can always lower the speed, but that probably takes the whole parallelism out of it. Can you add longer synchronization time? That means that you spend more time to figure out that the data now is collectively having the same result. Yeah, but that is already done today. Can you move to other protocol? Lot of work is now looking into the QUIC. The QUIC is a UDP, but with a congestion mechanism. So that is probably a safe bet that RDMA will run over QUIC in a very short amount of time. Single GPU design. Well, I think most of the designs that where GPUs going to talk to each other most probably will not happen. Instead, there will be single GPUs here and there, and they will, in one way or another, interact with each other because they share the same storage. All right, last slide. This is no brain surgery. I spent university time 90 to 94. Neural network was one of the topics that I have to write papers on. So this is biology. This is linear algebra. Linear algebra, nothing else. And I've seen most of these algorithms. So it's not nuclear science. Sometimes things just happening. And regards to algorithm, I think just the backpropagation algorithm, that's probably one that started it. And also the fact that someone from a certain company, 2006, most famous for gaming graphical cards, suddenly looked into parallelism. So sometimes, the avalanche of stuff just works. And that you can see with Ethernet, right? Metcalfe's half duplex has very little in common with the 800 gig Ethernet today. It's not even the same header. However, parallelism is here to stay. And parallelism is a new topic for us. The closest to parallelism in network we have seen is probably multicast. So parallelism has to be able to deal with all networking. That's the sort of the summary of it. Thank you very much.
All right. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions if anybody wants to have it. And please step a little bit closer to the microphone when you're talking, then we avoid the feedback.
You are between the whole crowd and the lunch now. You know that, right? Sorry.
Hi, Rory. I'm from Crusoe Systems. Sorry to ask you this, but is Ethernet the right tool for the job?
Are you InfiniBand man or what? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm from Arista, so everyone take this piece of salt. Can you name 2 InfiniBand vendors? There's one, right?
You mean Mellanox and NVIDIA? That's 2.
Let me put it in this way. The best networking card in the industry is the Connect X7 card, but Mellanox card. That's what we do the whole thing on, right? By default, it's InfiniBand. By default, most people swap that to Ethernet. This thing, this Colossus, whatever, it's not built on InfiniBand. There are InfiniBand AI in there, absolutely. But I don't hassle the technology because the Roki header is an InfiniBand header with the Q pairs, right? So that will here to stay. But InfiniBand as a networking piece, just for the sake of it, that there's no competition. It's a layer 2 technology. That's the problem with InfiniBand.
Thank you.
That was very politely said. Usually you InfiniBand guys hack-sack me better than that.
All right. Thank you very much. I have a little token of appreciation for you.
Oh, Danish chocolate.
And thank you again to Peter. So now we've learned how to power and make data centers for AI and how to build those network fabrics we need to them. We have 1/3 ingredient for making any project work. It's called lunch, which is the next on the agenda. Before we go to lunch, I'd just like to say one thing. I'm really happy that people are already filling out the surveys. We have just had 2 AI topics. It's very important that you fill out the right one because I don't think Peter knows very much about thorium reactors. Maybe he does. So anyway, we have lunch, and it's an hour of lunch. I'll be back at 12:30. Thank you.
go through some of the more advanced networking technologies to understand why this is now becoming a more and more important topic also for the router people. So I will conclude a little bit on that later on. But if I start by looking at from an historical point of view on the optics, I hope. Okay, that. That was green at least, but should I point it in? It wasn't me at least.
No. Dennis, vil du sætte den tilbage? Sorry. New battery though.
Oh, multiple things at one time there. Now it's working, yes. Okay, so back to my beautiful pictures here. So what this is intending to represent is how bits are traveling in a fiber. And if we go back in time, this is now representing a gigabit Ethernet signal. That you have a number of passengers in the car that travel with a certain speed, and that's how much data you can get out of that transceiver in the fiber. In order to increase the amount of data you can get out, you can of course just increase the speed. In this case now we have a 10 gig SFP Plus running 10 times as much data in the same amount of time. And then you can continue to do this up to a certain level. So basically in this case now the speed of the car represent the bit rates in the fiber. You can continue to do this at a fairly high level. However, today there are physical limitations on how fast you can run those, or basically switch the lasers on and off to represent ones and zeros. If you look at the typical client optics, you are today up to about 100 gig at the best rate for 100 gig over one fiber. Then you can use different technologies to get more out of it, but I will come back to that. If you do long distance transmission, you are typically actually only using 25 gig per carrier or per lane in order to get a decent transmission performance. So how can we then get more than those 100 gigs or 25 gigs that I'm talking about? Well, we can use different type of modulation formats. In this case now, I just increase the height of the car. So with that, I get twice as many passengers passing in that car. And in this case now, if we look at the modulation format, NRZ modulation, that is a modulation where you have 1 bit representation per clock cycle. Normally people talking about turning off and on the laser. That's not really how you do it. You have different light intensity level that represent 1 and 0. So the 2 bits that you can have is 1 or 0. So it's 1 bit representation that you can have on 1 clock cycle. If you use a PAM4 modulated signals, then you have 4 different light levels. So the lowest level is representing 0, 0. The second lowest is 0, 1. 1, 0, and 1, 1. So that means in every clock cycle you get up to then 2 bits representation, so twice as much data per clock cycle. So if we look at some of the standard client optics today on the market, the typical 100 gig LR4, for example, uses the first modulation type. So you have 25 gig direct modulated signal with NRZ, and you use 4 of those wavelengths combined it into a 1 time 100 gig signal. In an LR1, you use the second technology. You use 50 gigabit per second transmission, but you have a modulation format of PAM4, so then you get 100 gig based on that. If you want to go long distance, then you actually need to use other type of technologies, the coherent technology. In this case, I show a constellation diagram of a 100 gig QPSK modulated signal. I'm not going to go through all the different technologies or details around that. I will try to make a simple version of representing what that could look like in relationship to a car. So if you are now a doctor in physics, don't come and tell me that I've represented this in a wrong way. This is trying to explain basically what it looks like. So what I do, I just make the car twice as wide. So with that, I can get more people into the car, and with that, I can get more bits per second going over it. I can continue to do this with different type of modulation format, so you can achieve different type of performance and use different amount of bandwidth. So in this case now I'm showing two versions of 200 gig signals and two versions of 400 gig signal, where I either use a QPSK modulated signal or a 16 QAM modulated signal. The 16 QAM modulated signal is kind of the highest that we go in pluggable optics for modulation. For high performance transponders, there are other technologies that you can use and more granularity, but typically this is what you do with the pluggable optics. So if we take the rightmost version there, 400 gig signal with, or I actually take the second one with 400 gig 16 QAM, that's the standard 400 gig ZR or ZR plus optics. With that, you get a certain transmission capability, and it will use a certain amount of bandwidth, about 63 gigahertz of bandwidth. So then it will fit into a standard 100 gigahertz based DWDM solution. But if you want to run that 400 gig much longer distance, you need to get better performance out of it. Then you can change the modulation format in certain type of optics and run it in different modulation formats. You will use more bandwidth, but you can also get a significantly increased performance out of it. So that's what I try to represent with this. So by using the modulations in smart ways, you can then play around with capacity, with performance in different shapes and forms. So this will open up a completely new world in possibilities going forward also for 800 gig, because they make the standard much more flexible with a different new type of also modulation formats. So it will create better granularity for what kind of bit rates and performance that you can achieve with the optics. So it's just around the corner, I would say, the pluggable 800 gig for general availability. We expect to see them here coming out sometimes, kind of Q1, Q2 this year, so just around the corner. So that's basically how we do it with modulation format to squeeze in more data. So what do you as a router guy need to do to select the right transceiver? First part is, I promise not to walk around too much, sorry, with the cameras. So the form factor piece there, that's, I would say, a quite simple selection. If you have a router with QCP28 ports, you are limited to the QCP28 form factor. But if we look back in history, there has been a number of form factors, SFPs, FPP pluses, QCP, QCP28, QCP-DD, etc., OSFP, CFP, CFP2, and a number of other modulation formats. But that's kind of heavily affected by the router port that you have, what kind of form factor you can use. Then you have different technologies. I mean, you typically have, we normally refer to it as gray optics, but you can, short reach optics that you have within the data center. That is one type of optics. And then you also have the, type of optics that you use for connecting between data centers, some kind of higher performance optics, normal wavelength divisioning capabilities or multiplexing capabilities. So I will come back to that selection a little bit later. And then last but not least, you also have the performance aspect to look into to make sure that you select the right transceiver. And I will come back also to why this is becoming more and more important for a router person to know and understand this. It didn't really used to be that way a number of years ago, but it's getting to that point now. So that's the transceiver piece. So that means we can now go up to, easily 800 gig today with general available technologies over a fiber by just selecting the right type of optics, an 800 gig optics. If you want to go beyond that, how do you do that? Is it possible? Yes, it is. You can do it, of course, two ways. If we look at the left picture, you just add more lanes on your road and build out more. And with that, you can get cars going in parallel. That's a great way of doing it if you have a lot of fiber. This is typically how you do it inside a data center. So if you want to connect between a router and a server, you just add another fiber. If you want to connect between two data centers, to dig down a new fiber and get all the rights of way and all the construction work will be terribly expensive. So you need to use the fiber in a more efficient way. And that's where the wavelength multiplexing divisioning systems comes in place. In this case now, I show a passive DWM multiplexer. They can come in different shapes and forms, but typically, I mean, you have a number of different channels. It can be a 4-channel max, 8-channel, and a 40-channel, for example. For passive networking, you are typically calculating up to 40 channels. You normally don't go beyond that, because the different filters will also have an inherited or built-in loss in them. The more channels, the more loss in, I mean, as a general term. This is a completely passive component. So you can use this in an environment without even power feed to get wavelength multiplexing done. However, if you want to add more technology to it to go further, then you need to start to add other components. There will be a limitation on how far data can travel. If we take the reference there with a car, if you go with a car and want to go from, I don't know, Copenhagen down to Madrid, you will have to stop and fill up with gas a number of times on the way. It's the same thing with light in fiber. The intensity of the light will decrease in the fiber when it travels. You normally talk about it in how many dB per kilometer. So a good fiber is 0.2 dB per kilometer in loss. And with that, you can then start to do the calculation on how far you can travel with the optics you've selected. What you can do is that you can add amplifiers to increase that distance. So when the light level goes down, you put an optical amplifier, increase the light level, and then you can continue to travel. Theoretically, you could do this forever. However, when you do that and add a standard amplifier, you will introduce noise to the signal. So there are a number of considerations that you need to look into when if you design a network with amplification. So the factors that are typically affecting the performance of the network are related to the power budget. That is very, very, say, highly dominant if you do a passive design. So, for example, if you want to go 40 kilometer, you have 0.25 dB loss per kilometer. You will have a total loss of 10 dB of that link. If you put a 40 channel max, it will be another 10 dB in loss. So then you will have a total loss between your router ports of 20 dB that you need to be able to deal with. So that means you need to select an optics that can handle that power budget, that has, for example, a TX power of 0 dBm and a receiver sensitivity on minus 21 dBm or something like that. So that's how you design your network when it comes to the passive networking. The dispersion part there, that's something that was very relevant in 10 gig networks. And I mean, when the coherent technology came in, that became less and less relevant. We see that nowadays coming back a little bit in different type of access technologies with 25 gig, etc. That is very dispersion sensitive. So it's something that you need to take into consideration when you design your networks. So that's another parameter. And last but not least, we have the optical noise that is introduced with the amplifiers. So the optical noise will be, if I call it a static value, that will be dependent on how you design your network from day one. It will not be improved over time. So you already from day one need to take a decision on what do I want to use my network for long term? What kind of capabilities do I want to be able to support in the future? And then you design your network based on that. If you want to design an, say, optimized or performance optimized network, you can use different type of amplifier technologies using Raman amplifiers rather than the EDFA amplifiers, etc., to get less noise introduced to the network and hence get the possibility to run a certain modulation format or wavelengths longer in the network. So all of those are parameters that you really need to take into consideration if you design the network from day one. So why am I talking about this with focus on router guys? Well, to explain that, I kind of have to point in that direction and talk about the traditional way of, at least how I see that this used to be done. I mean, the router guy asked the transmission team, I want a connection 100 gig from here to there. And then the transmission team took over and made sure that they realized that. The router guy normally handed over his 100 gig on a standardized interface, let's say an LR4. What the transmission team was that they did put that into some kind of transponder or muxponder. The difference between a transponder, on the bottom part there, that's trying to illustrate a transponder. You have a guy running on a bicycle, so a fairly bad performance, whatever you call it, technology. He comes to a certain point and then he jumps into a car to get better performance. So it's a demarcation point where you go from a gray optics or from an, say, short reach optics into a high performance optics. So you typically add a value, but it's a 1-to-1 ratio between the client service and the line. On the top part there, it's a muxponder. So you have a number of cars coming into that parking lot and they all jump into a bus. The cars are having some kind of limitation in this case, and then you have the bus where you can put more people inside. So a typical example of this would be having 4 times 100 gig circuit that you multiplex into a 400 gig service. So you run the 400 gig wavelengths to have the most efficient transmission on the line side to utilize your fiber as well as possible. So this is the traditional way. Basically, there was a clear demarcation between the router and the transmission, and typically organizationally, it was 2 different parts of the organization. This is now changing, and it's changing due to technology evolution, where the introduction of the 400 gig ZR optics made a huge difference, because now you can get the full capability of a transponder or a muxponder built in one of those small little QCP DD plugs. So with that, you don't have any really boundary anymore between the router person and the transmission team. You put the high capacity optics directly into the router port and run that over some time of transmission gear. So that new part makes it more important for a router guy to understand the limitation and the capabilities of the transmission networks. So that's kind of why this is becoming more and more relevant for the router guys. So this is now we are at the point where we have gone through how to achieve, say, high performance point-to-point network. If you have a different topology, if you want to run a network, I mean, across Denmark, want to have flexibility to run wavelengths different ways, you build your network slightly differently. And the way you build it, so if you want to take that blue car and go out, it comes in on one fiber, the blue wavelengths will go in one direction, the yellow in a different direction, and the red in the third direction. This is now trying to represent what the ROADM does. It does optical switching, if we are now a router guy. So basically, you have 3 different VLANs coming in, and one you switch in one direction, the other one in the third direction, and the third VLAN is continuing pass through. So this is basically what the router does. The benefit, a router also, but also a ROADM in this case when it's optical. So the ROADM will make it more easy to design and run your network. So now you can take a wavelength from any of your site and go to any other site, all optical, without having anyone going out there, because you can sit remotely and configure those ROADMs so they can add and drop wavelengths or route wavelengths the way you want it to be done. They also allow you to balance the spectrum. So basically you can optimize the performance by always making sure that you have an optimized spectrum. And last but not least, if you compare this with if I call it an older way of building, where you built it with point-to-point networks, and if you wanted to continue with a wavelength, you did a back-to-back connection with fiber. You had an awful amount of fiber, so the fiber management gets simplified with this as well. So to do this, it's kind of one component that makes the trick here, and that's the wavelength selective switch. So what it is effectively is a bunch of mirrors that you mirror the spectra, the wavelength spectrum that you want in the right direction. So you have a signal coming in, you split that signal up, and you mirror it back to the direction you want to use it. And if we take a more concrete example, in this case, we have 5 wavelengths coming into that, or you have a number of wavelengths coming into that wavelength selected switch, and you can then steer them out in 5 different directions. So this would be a 5-degree ROADM in this case, or 5-degree WSS. And if you look at what those looked like back in the days, it was a real mirror that you used, and you had an engine that turned that mirror to reflect the wavelengths in the direction you wanted. Then the size of the mirror was determining how much bandwidth you could actually switch each time. So then you had fixed grid ROADMs, 50 gigahertz ROADM or 100 gigahertz ROADM. Then the technology evolved. Now the most common way of doing this is with liquid crystal. So you put, a different amount of energy to the liquid crystal to turn that reflection point in the direction you want. You can do that with much smaller granularity. Typically today 6.25 gigahertz. So by combining the right amount of mirrors pointing to the direction you want, you can then get the flex grid capability. So you can turn a selectable amount of bandwidth into each different direction. So that's typically what you talk about when you want to have flex grid capability, to be able to steer a certain amount of bandwidth in the direction you want. So this is, of course, allowing you to do that. And also, in this case now, you can see that I have an uneven amount of spectrum coming in. Going out in the different 5 degrees here, I can also balance the spectrum, so it goes out in an optimized way. Because when you go through an amplifier with an unbalanced spectrum, you will actually amplify the wavelengths with an evenly unbalanced amount. So pre-balancing is a very important part of it. So this was my attempt to make this simplified. I do realize that I mentioned a bunch of abbreviations. I go into a lot of different technology tracks, but I'm going to be outside here for the rest of the event, so please feel free to come and talk to me if you have any additional questions. That was all from my side. Thank you.
Are there any questions here? No. Well, in that case, I would like to just hand you over a little token of appreciation, and thank you very much for coming and talking.
Thank you.
All right, we're just going to have a minute for the technical switch over here. The next speaker is also a very dear friend of this conference. Flex Optics have been involved with DKNOG for many, many years now, and we're very grateful for their assistance. And I think it's quite appropriate that we continue a little bit in the optical domain, because I'm pretty sure there's somebody here who's not as much as a router jockey, but maybe more into that optical domain. And certainly this one wins the prize for longest conference item title. And quite a lot of acronyms here. So I hope that you're all excited for some more optical stuff. Just buying time here. It's analyzing network reliability up to 800 gigabit. The G is for gigabit. Impact of SNR, that's signal to noise ratio. Thresholds on BER. Bit error rates, yeah. For coherent, 16 quadrature amplitude modulation, and non-coherent PAM4. Oh, now I'm lost. High-speed transceivers under environmental variations. I think you're ready now. Take it away.
I have to stay here. First of all, thank you very much, Alan, for the introduction. So this is great, thank you. But I take the analog version with the keyboard. Hi, my name is Thomas Weible, CTO and co-founder at Flex Optics, and this is Gerhard, our lead research engineer at Flex Optics. And we have a new topic today about 100 gig. Alan already did a perfect introduction, so there's nothing I have to add more. We did some research, especially what we can tweak out of transceivers, and that's what we're gonna show you today. So First of all, that's a little bit the agenda for now, for the next 25 minutes. We're gonna do a small recap from last year from DKNOG, where we did a talk about coherent transceivers, and then we jump straight into the bit error rate dependencies, look a little bit on testing devices, and then our outcomes on especially temperature. That's a critical thing when we talk about bit error rate testing, and the distance of the fiber itself. And then finally, we have some takeaway, and yeah, Gerhard gets his setup as well. So first of all, recap from last year, a little bit about the theory part we discussed last time about SNR and BER, so signal to noise ratio. It's pretty straightforward. So it's our desired signal is the peak in the middle, and we have the noise level on the bottom, and we want to achieve a lot of margin between the desired signal and the noise level, because otherwise the receiver, it's really hard for the receiver to distinguish our desired signal. And in combination with that, the bit error rate also correlates with the SNR. So when the SNR gets worse, also typically your bit error rate gets worse. That's in a nutshell. Now we jump a little bit further back in the history about 6 years ago, when we first introduced the setup of the latest QSFP-DD development about transceiver technology, what is inside of a QSFP-DD or OSFP module, and in these days also in QSFP28 100 gig modules, there is this tiny bug in there, the digital signal processor. And we showed the digital signal processor has capabilities to do forward error correction. We don't want to talk today about a forward error correction much, but we want to look at the bit error rate capabilities, the BR tester, and also the OSNR, or in general the SNR, which are all functions of the DSP inside of every single 400 gig transceiver you're using these days typically, and even 800 gig, or in some circumstances when you operate single lambda 100 gig, also you have the DSP inside. So how did our lab setup look like? Pretty simple. We, in parallel, we developed the latest generation of Flexbox 5. You see it here on the screen. It's really tiny. We had also some power issues, but that's a different story. And here you see an 800 gig transceiver. It's a DR, a QSFP-DD 800 on a DR8 with the fan-out solution, and we opened up the housing because we had some heat issues. What did we test? A couple of transceivers. We started with 100 gig, single lambdas, different distances. Went on with 400 gig, even included coherent modules, and then also looked at the latest one, the 400 gig QSFP 112, and also at the 800 gig QSFP-DD DR8. And with that, I hand over to Gerhard.
All right, thank you very much. Se me escucha? See, you can hear me, all right. Yeah, what are the ingredients you have to buy if you want to do these tests? As Thomas already mentioned, distance or fiber length is interesting. We are building up a loop, and temperature, because our assumption is that these are the factors that have an influence on the bit error rate. So when you check our job, you can buy one of these drums. And I'm putting here the attenuation per kilometer. Why is this important? Because we wanted to get up to 60 kilometers. But if you want to drive a transceiver that can work with fiber of 60 kilometers, you should check specifications. And we were particularly interested in out of region, out of bound setup. So I took a 40 kilometer one and tested with a 60 kilometer fiber, and I went down to 2 meters basically to see the differences. If you do that, you have to be careful, because there's one challenge, and now I extend my list of ingredients. You have to attenuate it properly, because if you connect a 2 meter fiber to a transceiver that is specified for 40 kilometers, you might damage the photodiode. That is a thing you don't want to do. But on the other hand, it makes us a little bit difficult to compare it, because on longer fibers you remove the attenuation, on shorter fibers you have to add it. So it is possible to compare. That is what I did in this case. And yeah, I mean, you can look up into the shop if you decide to buy a transceiver and you want to use it on different lengths, or I mean, you know your setup. Yeah, please look forward to this. You can look up what the limits are. So what do you see here basically? We have the different length from 2 meters to 50 kilometers. The 60, we didn't get any signal anymore, which was to be expected on a transceiver that is specified for 40 kilometers. But still, you can run it with 50 kilometers. And what is interesting, this red section you see, is the specification for IEEE 802.3, which says a bit error rate of 2.4 times 10 power of -4 is still tolerable. This is prefect. So that is a bit error rate you can measure from these transceivers. Since they have a DSP, you can really measure it on the transceiver and say, okay, I'm looking at the media side, what raw data rate I can get. The transceiver does this for me, thanks to the DSP that is inside. So I started with 11 dB attenuation in total, compared the first 3 different fibers from 2 meter to 20 kilometer. But when I jump to 30 kilometer, I have to remove attenuation because I'm really out of the tolerable bit error rate. It was going into the red section. So in order to change that, I removed some attenuation, and as you can see, the 30 kilometer curve drops, and that is the effect you observe if you don't damage your photodiode. Now, one thing more interesting about this is, yeah, the temperature changes, especially with the 2 meter variant, but with more kilometers, it's not that much. Now you see these red circles, interestingly. What happened there? Well, basically these transceivers and its DSP have a firmware installed, and what this firmware does, the software inside of it, is using a lookup table. So if it sees that the temperature goes higher, it tries to control. It has like sort of a control circuit, you could say. It changes current, it changes voltage, and basically that is the result you end up seeing. So the bit error rate improves the higher the temperature goes for some temperature at a certain point, but after that it got worse again. So yeah, it's not the message that you should not cool it down. Getting to bit error rate, easy formula, I'd say, but there's certain complexity if you want to measure it. And one value I want to give you as a takeaway here is the gating time. The gating time tells you how long do you have to wait until you see your first error. Unfortunately, it is not that easy. You usually use 100 samples, so you assume that I'm measuring 100 errors. Why is that? The reason is because you have some statistical noise, some Gaussian noise. And with that, you better assume 100 errors, and with that, you can be sure that at least one of these 100 errors is a real value that is really erroneous. So that is what you usually do, and with that, you can calculate your gate time. And here you see with an example of 100 gigabit per second, and bit error rate that we are assuming to a power of -12. It takes about 16 minutes. But if you assume that your bit error rate is way worse, so this is assuming we have the prefect IEEE standard, you would get it after 4 microseconds. You will see up to 100 errors. So bit error rate in that sense is very important to measure and to keep it as down as possible. Yeah, right, yep. Thomas. And
so then we moved on, and instead doing the test with direct detection transceivers, we used the coherent modules. And so we had to open up the Flexbox anyway, because, yes, I already mentioned we had some heat issues, especially to get rid of the heat. So we were able to feed in all the power, but yeah, it got really hot. So this was our entire lab setup, and the interesting part, or the funny part actually, is about this heat sink. So we grabbed that from an old Cisco 800. A good friend of mine, he's a wrecker. He disassembles quite a lot of equipment and around Frankfurt area in Germany. and he recycles basically everything. And so if you need support getting rid of your equipment in Frankfurt, let me know. He does a proper job. He does it really great. So we got the heat sinks from him, and yeah, moved on with our next tests on the coherent one.
Very good heat sinks, and thank you very much. Exactly. In this diagram, it looks a little bit similar. Maybe the curves smoother. What's the difference? As Thomas mentioned already, this is a coherent transceiver. I have to mention low power one because here it looks like I'm not using any attenuators. That's the case with this coherent transceiver. You can do this. You can run 2 meter fibers and 60 kilometer fibers, and you get values. And now you see you have a higher bit error rate. That's a specification of a different agreement. The OIF agreement says that the value of prefect typically is in between 1.5 and 1.3. -4 and -2, so that's the range where it moves usually. We are within this range, as you can see, with all these different measurements, so we are fine on that side. But what is quite interesting is, yeah, there's an influence on length, chromatic dispersion, not impedance. We have different effects with optical light you're transferring. But the temperature doesn't have such a big influence. So that is what we have observed with coherent. And I think it's not so hard to explain. The coherent has a pretty high resolution on a more complex system. What is happening and recovering and demodulating basically that complex signal we have. Like in our previous talk, you might remember this diagram he explained. Our coherent transceivers have the 16 QAM diagram, so like 16 dots, so 16 times the different data you have in one packet. You have a better resolution, and I guess it's not so temperature sensitive, as we can observe here. Basically, we tried the same without cooling, so yeah, I mean the bit error rate increases. As you can see, we didn't show the 60 kilometers anymore because this was really out of this diagram. It really failed with the signal. So there you can see there's still an influence. You still should cool it because it can recover the signal, but after a certain point, if you surpass that range, the transceiver starts notification with loss of signal. So you do not get any signal. And what usually happens is your bit error rate, it shows either 0, which is unrealistic, or 1. So these two values, you don't want to see them. If you start running your transceiver and you see it in the beginning and it recovers and goes down, that is okay, or goes up from 0. But if it stays at these exact values, exactly 1 or exactly 0, that's a wrong signal. It's basically a loss of signal. So right, one of the more interesting experiments we tried out was to get the transceiver hot. Why? Because we want to tell you what happens if a fan of your network gear fails. You might know that transceivers don't do the control circuit. Some of the firmwares might try to shut down the transceiver, but usually the transceiver is a device that sacrifices himself or herself, itself, basically. So it is really the responsibility of the network gear to decide what to do if the temperature raises. And since also the network gear is in charge of cooling down the transceivers, we wanted to see what happens if we bring it up to 120 degrees. And I had to cover this with aluminum foil. Why? Because the Flexbox, this Flexbox has a battery. So it can be dangerous. We have to properly protect it. So I opened one of these, put aluminum foil on it so it's properly isolated, and use the heat gun to get this transceiver hot. And especially for you to find out what are the consequences if this transceiver comes to hot. Will it be damaged forever? Will it recover? What will happen? And I did it in different phases because, I mean, it's important to be careful. And as you can see, I did a warm-up without a heat gun. Can you see the cursor? I think you cannot see it. Well, it's the first phase. I called it warm-up, and I left the program running up to 65 centigrade. And after that, I removed that limit and went up to 100 degrees and was looking what would happen. Would it damage? Would it run into a loss of signal? And yeah, it happened. So what you usually have through your DDM, if you observe your switch status properties, you can see a setting of high warning and high alarm. So I draw this into the diagram, and these are the values you never should hit. So we are going beyond this. And as you can see, we still have signal. So up to 90 something, 80 degrees, we still have signal. We brought it up to 100, which is around here, but there was no signal anymore. So you have a very small margin between high alarm and when the signal gets lost. So you still can drive this transceiver, but I mean, as you can see with the bit error rate, it gets worse and worse. And after that, I tried a cool down. We went up to 120 degrees. What happened? Same effect, but I wanted to see after 120 degrees, does this transceiver recover? And I was pretty surprised. I left it for a couple of minutes and turned it on again. It started with a temperature of 70 something, as you can see here. As the DSP and the laser was running, it got a little bit hotter again. It hits the high warning, but then itself it cooled down and it recovered basically. So I have this transceiver here. It's the same transceiver. I heat it up to 120 degrees and it still works. It's pretty surprising. So just as a side information, don't do it. I mean, we don't want to do it. We want to keep our device as cool as possible. But just as a side note, these transceivers are quite stable. Now, this curve explains a little bit what happens if you leave a transceiver running for a longer time. So after 4 minutes, it stabilizes with its bit error rate. And then I left it running up to 1 hour. And as you can see, it jumps between 1.4 and 1.6 times 10 to minus 11. So that is that. You have some stable values. You can trust that after 2 hours, 3 hours, it will not change that much. That is another interesting diagram. What I tried here was to remove cooling devices. Basically, I just turned off the fan and I put it back later on after the temperature went up. And here I have a question for you. This blue curve you see, the bit error rate goes up. It goes up to a value. It gets worse. I have not talked about OSNR yet. We'll get into this. But have a look at the blue curve. Then I put the cooler back. And I would expect, since there's a correlation between temperature and bit error rate, it would go down to the initial value, which is around here, where I removed the cooler. But it doesn't recover. It's like 10 times worse. And now my question to you. Why do you think this happens? Where does this effect come from? Any ideas? Retention? What kind of retention?
Your device still contains enough heat. It's still 60 degrees. You haven't cooled it down to 30 as you started.
The temperature is here. The temperature is here. It's the temperature was higher before the bit error rate went up, and now it's even cooler. It's even lower. The temperature is even lower after I put back the cooling device. But you are close. It has to do with retention. Yeah?
But you're measuring the...
Yeah.
You're measuring on one side of the device, so the heat is also on the other side. And it doesn't cool as fast as the side with the cooler.
The retention has to do with the data. Because we are counting the bits, we are counting the errors. That is what the transceiver does. And the thing is, it's a historical value. What you would have to do here is to reset the counter. That's the reason. So you have a bit error rate that is worse, but it's not a big deal because it improved. But you see a worse value because you are dragging the past. It's a rolling average, you could say. That's the reason. But well, that was the boring stuff. I hope I didn't bore you too much. I have something more exciting, and I brought some setup with you. Let me start this demo, because transceivers are a little bit slow. I mean, it's amazing how small they are, but compared to a computer, obviously, or to a Mac, you know, it is a little bit slow. But I want to show you something practical, because our plan is to release an application where you can measure this yourself. We care about bits, how reliable is the connection, so we want to provide this. And what I'm going to do is connect this guy. We have to wait a little bit. And I should put it, here we go. Let me peek to this. Okay, that was not good. Yeah, here we go. Yep. I know. So what are we going to observe here? Well, I didn't talk that much about OSNR. And you might have seen this rectangular graphs on the previous slide. Why are these? Well, you read out from these registers a couple of values, and one of these is the optical signal-to-noise ratio. And basically what you have is a certain resolution. So if you have a value between like 23 and 24, but the transceiver really wants to communicate 23.5, it has a problem. The margin is like 0.25, something like that, but the thing is, if it tries to communicate this value, it has to decide. It's very discrete. That's why you get squared functions, basically. And especially in the beginning, you see some jumps. But as you can see, this is happening currently. This transceiver started with 23 degrees. When it started measuring, it had to boot up a little bit. Now the temperature is going up, and you can see also some oscillating bit error rate, but it stabilizes after a couple of minutes. We can let it run like 1 minute, I'd suggest, so a little bit of curve discussion, but that is what I mentioned. You have like jumps here in between 23.475 and 23.300. It goes up, it goes down again, but after a couple of times it stabilizes. And these are pretty common values, so it doesn't matter what transceiver you take, it is a value between 20 and 30 dB you have an OSNR you should measure. If it's more, that is strange, should not happen, and if it's less, you have more noise and signal, that is also bad, right? So no matter what bit error rate you get, you have these values in this section. If it's out of that, you usually don't have a signal anymore. So yeah, that's that. Thank you very much. This would have been... we are not finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
Just 2 slides. Sorry. Was a misunderstanding. We are almost finished.
Get off stage.
So just some small takeaways for you. So bit error rate on direct detection transceivers. This was the first transceiver with a 40 kilometer specification I showed you. Depends on both temperature and fiber length. You saw these strange curves. Then you saw like constant curves. That's the case with Korean transceivers. Bit error rate is a rolling value, as you saw with other curve. Why didn't it get better? Why 10 times worse? You have to look what you are measuring, very important. And with the temperature, yeah, you can go beyond high alarm, but you have a margin like 10 degrees, and after that, signal is lost, right? Thomas?
Yeah. So looking at the coherent transceivers, actually, when we look at last year's presentation, there's more than just the property of light like amplitude, what we use for direct detection transceivers. We have also phase, for example. And these properties make it more, let's say, the signal more ruggedized. And looking at this, the coherent ones, they mainly focus on the fiber length and not that much on the temperature changes. I don't want to say overheat them, but the changes are not so critical just because of the matter we use more properties of the light, and the DSP inside has the capability to recover the signal properly. And finally, now looking at the bit error rate values, what we showed is this is more for the networking people, looking at the BER values. For sure, you can look at OSNR on your link as well. The DSP provides this data, but typically, when your BER is within the range, within the specification, you don't have to take care much about OSNR, especially for typical gray optics direct detection ones. Yeah, so that's it from our side. It's pretty awesome that what this DSP can do. There are way more functions inside. Not everything is done in software and firmware yet. There will be improvements in the next couple of weeks and months and years on the firmware side, especially for the transceivers, and that's definitely very challenging and interesting also to look into that. Thank you very much. Now it's Alan. Oh,
I'm gone.
All
Question.
right. We have time for questions if anybody has any questions here. Could you please?
Well done from Norlis now. So, what about humidity? Does it have any impact?
Humidity.
Thank you for the question. We didn't do any tests on humidity, to be honest, because we assume within your data center you control the humidity properly. But it's an interesting one to see how we maybe, especially when we increase it. I assume the higher we get, we might run into trouble. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. You can give it a try with some humidity devices. Thank you.
Okay.
May I add? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so next year you're going to submerge a piece of optics underwater?
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
To 100% humidity.
That was a good inspiration.
That's excellent. So, if there's no more questions, I would thank you very much for coming here. And you get a piece of chocolate each here.
Oh, pretty nice.
So let's give them a big applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we'll just allow a few moments to just pass on the microphone to the next guy. And the next presentation is probably going to be really relevant when you come home from this conference and you're filled with good ideas and things you want to convince your boss to try out. But it's always that process of convincing management to try out your new ideas. That can be really, really tricky. So to help us with that, we have Thomas Haggerty to tell us about how to be a decision maker and how to get your ideas through. He's almost ready, I see. Almost there. So, yeah, I haven't prepared any funny anecdotes here, so you'll have to. Well, I can't dance very well, and I won't try either. Yeah. And by the way, I've reorganized all the surveys in there, so now they're in order by the time slot. So hopefully it makes it easier to find the right talk to rate. So we have a little bit of a challenge with that. All right, please give a round of applause to Mr. Haggerty.
Yes, maybe you have something you want to change in your work, and you know that it'll save your company money or it will increase your revenue, but it's hard to explain it to your boss because your boss isn't a network engineer, your boss is a business person. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you have something that needs to change, but your boss doesn't want to change it because he knows or she knows that it won't make business sense. We heard an example of this morning. Maybe you are concerned, you think there's a climate emergency, you're working at a hyperscaler, you don't like that you're buying more gas-powered power plants, and you would like your company to do something different. That's the sort of issue. Okay, slides are still not ready. Yeah, so what do you do about that? I'm going to use some smaller issues that you might actually be able to change in a short time as examples. One example would be maybe you think it's important that your company is not doing enough to protect customer data. Hey! Cool. Oh, yeah. Company's not doing enough to protect customer data. And the reason this is not a good business is the reason that it might not be a good business decision to protect customer data properly is the right business decision might be just let the breaches happen and don't pay a fine, because that is apparently what usually happens according to this study. Another issue could be like work from home. Maybe you're more productive when you work from home, but maybe you're not, and that's fine. There could be many reasons why it's important for you to work from home. It's fine to want to do things that don't obviously make your company money. Another example would be maybe you don't like when your boss discriminates against you based on your gender, or maybe you don't like when your boss discriminates against your fellow workers based on their gender. And people do like to say that gender equality is good for business. Maybe that's right, maybe that's not, but it's fine if it's not. I think human rights are pretty cool, even if they don't make money. Here are some other people who think human rights are pretty cool. And here's some more. You'll probably see a bunch of them on the street on Saturday. Yeah, so if you are to make a change like this that your boss isn't into, what do you do? Very high-level summary is you need to talk one-on-one with everyone in the company, or everyone in your department, or everyone in your team, maybe, whatever the relevant group is. But I don't mean the boss, because we're talking about issues where that approach didn't work. This is a lot of people. So who do you start with? You might start with the easy people, like the ones you already know. That's a pretty good start. But you need to get help to reach everyone. So you can use these two techniques that are listed here, social charting and workplace mapping. I won't actually explain them. I can tell you more later, or you can look them up. These are ways of finding, they are pretty simple, actually. They sound fancy when they have a special name to it. These are ways of finding, like I need to, who's the person who will talk to more people in that department? Or some other, yeah, you can't be the only one who talks one-on-one to everyone. When you do those one-on-one conversations, here are 5 things that you probably want to include. And they sort of go in this order. Earlier on, you're probably going to focus on the earlier issues. I'll go through them really, really briefly. Again, talk to me later if you want to hear more. You want to find out what the issues are and convince the person that these really are issues and that the person can do something about these issues. If this is the sort of thing the boss doesn't want, then when the boss finds out about this, the boss is going to cause trouble for you. So you need to prepare for the possibility. You need to say, this is what's going to happen, so that emotionally, so that you're not shocked when that happens. And you also need to say, if you want to change this, you can talk to some other people in your department or whatever. And then once you have a clear idea of what everyone wants to change, because remember, the first step here is finding out what everyone wants. So you need to agree on something. Then you can discuss how you're going to do it. But the hard part is getting everyone on board. Or the long part is getting everyone on board. And I'll talk more about the push step later. I want to address, thank you, one issue I'm talking about, like you're the worker and the boss is not doing what you want, but a lot of you might be bosses. So what do you do? Well, the first thing is if you give your workers real decision power, then they won't need to cause you trouble. So maybe you do that, but you have your boss's boss's boss makes some bad decision, and you're stuck with some workers who complain to you because you're the person that you're their boss. So when that happens, recognize that it's not personal. They're complaining to you because you're their boss, even though you didn't make this decision. But you can do something about it. You can use the same methods that I'm telling you to change your bosses. A lot of what I'm saying sounds like a trade union. A trade union could do some of these things. Unfortunately, they usually focus on other tactics, contract negotiation and enforcement of contracts and enforcement of laws, and these are great, but sometimes these are great, You could do other things. Sometimes one method makes more sense than the other. The ones I'm talking about have some nice advantages, that they're faster, that they don't require lawyers and stuff. Anyway, yeah. So let's go back to that push step. Let's say I gave those 3 examples in the beginning. Let's talk about what the push step might look like for these. Maybe you want to protect your data better against customer data better against attacks, and your boss says, no, we can't spend time on that. You could just do it and not tell your boss you did it. Maybe some of you have already done that. About the work from home issue, I'll give an example that is sort of indicative of many that I've read about. This was at one of the really big tech companies. It was people were working from home because there was this global pandemic that everyone was worried about, and then the company said, you have to come back to work, and the workers didn't think that was a good idea. So they had a video call with their boss, and all the workers said, you need to let us keep working from home, and when the boss starts making excuses, you say, you need to listen. And it's just a conversation, but when everyone agrees, you're showing your power, and then sometimes changes the boss's opinion, and it did for them. One of the reasons you start with small issues is when you have small successes, you realize you have power, and your boss realizes you have power, so then you can make some bigger changes. So the same group that I just mentioned at that big tech company, they learned that their boss was going to be switched from to a new boss who had a history of discriminating against women, and what he would do is minimize their work during promotion discussions so that they wouldn't get promoted. So when they learned about this, they told everyone in the group so that they were prepared what would happen, and so that when the boss minimized their work, they would realize that he was wrong, so that they wouldn't be feel bad about it, and also that they could document all of this. So they documented, but they didn't send it to HR right away. They just kept it for when the right time came. Then when it was time for promotions, other people in the promotion committee were ready for, were informed that this how the boss is. So they were able to correct the boss when he said that certain workers were not so good. And also at this time was a convenient time to present all these reports to the boss's boss. I said before, don't talk to the boss, but this is different. It's not like, boss, can you help me? I have a problem. It's like, boss, you just said you support women, and we have all these reports of women who don't discrimination against women. So you look really, really bad if you don't do something about this. So then the boss talked to HR, and when the big boss talks to HR, things happen. If you want to learn more about this, you can talk to me. And a lot of you might be POSA members. You can also talk to me, but you might be cool if you got together with the other POSA members and learn some more about this. You might consider talking to the POSA staff who are here today, or again to me. Thank you.
We do have time for some questions, if anybody has anything. I know it's a long walk for some people, but don't let that hold you back. No. Well, in that case, Thomas, thank you very much for coming, and sorry about the technical problems.
Thank you.
All right, we have reached a break, so we'll take the break now. We have a little bit ahead of schedule, which is nice. But let's keep to the schedule, and that means we have to be back at 1:15. Have a nice break.
Welcome back, everyone. Could we take our seats? You don't want me to start having to name people, do you, Lasse? Okay. I hope you had another good coffee break. We have 2 new presenters to the community. They're political researchers rather than engineers. Which is good, because we like diversity. So we have 2 doctors, Sophie and Sina, and they're going to talk about the political economy of the internet, challenges for research. So over to you. Have a happy half hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're really happy to be here. Thank you for having us. We're researchers. We work, our day job is research at the University of Copenhagen. And then we also have a think tank, the Think Tank for Digital Infrastructures, together with a third partner, who's not here today, but basically running that shop. Also in our day jobs, we do a lot of teaching and educating. And we have this study program that we started about 10 years ago. Which means that we have students that spend half of the time with us at communication research and the other half of the time at computer science over at the Faculty of Science. So we have these candidates that we spend most of our times with that come out as these kind of intermediaries, or perhaps positioned in a knowledge gap between what we do at communication and then and then what they do over at computer science, and then what people end up coming out into the industry and doing, probably with some of you guys. I'm sure you hired some of our candidates over the years. We also sit in our day jobs in a center called Center for Tracking and Society, which is somewhere between political research, social science research, humanities research, but definitely not engineering or computer science. So what we do both in the think tank and in our research and by being here today is that we work on knowledge dissemination when it comes to digital infrastructures or political and economic structures around the internet. So we do a lot of work with policymakers, regulators, and different citizen groups when it comes to digital infrastructures. And this is, a lot of it is simply just raising awareness about digital infrastructures and political and economic structures around them. So where we come from, we are typically the people in the room, or no, 99% of the time, we are the people in the room with the most technical expertise, day in and day out, Sophie and I. So it feels a bit daunting to be here today because we're definitely not the people with the most technical expertise here, by far. So we don't need to remind you guys that when we talk about digital infrastructures and when we talk about the internet, it is actually a material thing. But day in and day out, when we talk to politicians, when we talk to citizens, when we talk to students and our colleagues, we have to say this like every Tuesday or something. Don't forget, it's a material infrastructure. But surely we don't have to say it in this room, but we wanted to keep it here just to say a little bit about how we feel up here.
Yeah, so I will take over with some hopefully not that boring research stuff. But this is basically what we have been working on for the last decade or so, is understanding the shift from what we call an analog communication system to a current situation where we have a largely digital communication system. And what this entails, of course, and many of you will know this story, but now I will put it kind of into research words because it's an important outset for the research that we do. So looking at this historic communication system that you probably all remember, we had different infrastructures supporting different types of communication, which were controlled by largely different markets. Of course, there were overlaps, and also had different political regimes regulating how these infrastructures developed and how the markets developed. I think what's important to say here, also for what we're going to talk about today, is that this was a very monitored communication system. So we had a lot of also publicly available data about what was going on, how these infrastructures looked, how people used them, and also about the market structures and the ownership structures surrounding them. So what the basic outset or problem that we work with in our research broadly is what happens when all these different technologies and different markets are gradually being taken over by digital technologies and, of course, digital corporations. And in research, and I guess also in policy, we are still in the process of actually trying to figure out what are the most important components to look at here when we want to understand these technologies that take over from the analog system, and also who are the most important market actors and what do they do. In fact, so that is basically what we're going to talk about today, is how we work research-based on mapping out and understanding, creating data and knowledge about this shift in power and about this digital ecosystem or communication system that is still evolving and that we have talked about all day, I guess. So back to you, Signe.
Yes. So we developed a strategy for non-technical people like ourselves, at least here, that we tentatively call follow the data. So follow data streams in order to figure out what technologies to look at when we want to survey political and economic structures around the internet. And what we did quite basically was that Sophie was in Norway on a research day, I was in Denmark, and we started discussing how come we can talk to each other day in and day out. What has changed? How would we have talked to each other 20 years ago or even 10 years ago? And then we started building this figure in our head. We called her Beate for reasons I cannot remember. And Beate wants to do a lot of things with the internet. She wants to book an appointment with her doctor, she wants to check online news, she wants to watch television, she wants to type her husband, she wants to do a lot of things. And when Beate wants to do all these things, she's reliant upon a range of different technologies that you guys know better than us. We've omitted a lot of them here for basic research purposes, but at least Beate, she needs some kind of last mile connection, some kind of access networks that she can link to in order to get online to do whatever Beate wants to do. Those access networks are also connected to backbone infrastructures, some of them we've talked a lot about today already, that allow her traffic to travel across the global internet. Also, Beate is also not a very technical person, so Beate really needs different kinds of applications and interfaces that allows her to do all these things. She can't code her way through it. She needs different kinds of applications running on the internet with interfaces that she can interact with. And finally, Beate is dependent upon data in the most basic way, data packages being routed back and forth, but also all the different kinds of tracking data that is also, I guess, one of the basic components of modern commercial internet communication. So this is a slightly, I know some of you would probably imagining a different stack, but this is how we do it at Humanities. We boil it down to these 4 components. And then what Sophie and I did was that we tried to map out, not just Beate, but different kinds of societies, how they rely on different internet infrastructures, how those infrastructures are controlled, and how they are regulated or not regulated. A lot of the time, which was also mentioned earlier today, stuff isn't regulated. And luckily enough, we're not politicians, so we're not here to decide if they should or should not be regulated, but we're here to provide knowledge that allows people in power to take decisions or not. So what we did was that we took these 4 different layers, so these different parts of the data stream, and then we looked at the infrastructures. So what kinds of access networks exist in different contexts for beta? That's Denmark, but it could be other places. What are the existing backbone networks? What are the existing applications? And what are the existing tools for collecting and distributing digital communication data? Then we looked at the different market actors. So who owns and controls access networks, backbone networks, and so forth down the line. Also to look at what has also been a theme today, cross-value chain ownership and distribution that is largely omitted from a lot of public talk. We talk about the effects of social media, the harms towards children with all the screens, and mis and disinformation, but we largely, outside of a room like this, don't discuss Google as anything other than a search engine. And then we looked at different regulatory frameworks. So how does the state regulate or not digital access networks and so forth across these different infrastructures? We've done this in several contexts. We've brought a case here today that we'll hopefully get to, where we compared the different Nordic states, so the largest Nordic states, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland, to look for differences in how these digital communication systems look like. But we've also done it in places very far from here, so places like Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover, Myanmar after the coup in 2021, Somalia, where similar stuff is also happening, and where the internet plays a very different role than it does in these Nordic welfare states that we'll talk about today.
Yeah, so as Signe hinted at, one of the strengths of this approach, which can seem very broad, probably to many of you, and is, but one of the strengths is that it exactly allows for this kind of comparative analysis, where we can look at what are the differences or the scope of variation in the ways that different types of digital communication systems are evolving around the world and also historically. So we were asked to actually also to say a bit about the methods. So we will emphasize here the types of data that we use and the methods we apply in order to create data sets that allow for these types of comparative analysis. And for the first layer, that's actually the most easy part, because we have quite a lot of different databases and publicly available data sources that provide information on access networks. So what types of connections are available in different parts of the world, what kinds of subscriptions do people purchase, and of course also which companies supply these different internet connections. So we rely on, for instance, Eurostat, but also on the national tele regulators that, in the Nordic context at least, collects information on a 6-month basis, as far as I remember. So we have quite reliable information on this many years back in time that we are able to compare. I think one of the things that we're talking a lot about at the moment, and that we are also getting a lot of inspiration for here in this room, is how can we get it darker than this? Of course, the number of subscriptions is a very superficial indicator for how the access network infrastructures actually look like. So if any of you have ideas for how we, for instance, can look at the market structures surrounding cell phone masts or other kinds of more dark access network infrastructure, we are very interested in hearing that. We're constantly haunting or looking for these types of data sets that allows us to compare across contexts. And we already got some today, actually, about the data center industry, so that's great. But just moving on to the next part, we've also been working on collecting data about the backbone layer and backbone infrastructures. And there, as some of you might know, we have also very nice resources from, for instance, ITU the International Telecommunications Union, that collect information about submarine cables and actually also terrestrial connections, about ISPs, Internet Exchange Points, and so forth, that allows us to build these data sets of how many cables, for instance, go into the context of Denmark and how long are they, who owns them. For instance, we have seen a historical shift from the legacy telecommunications operators building these submarine cables in the 1990s and zeros to the hyperscalers, you call them here, sometimes we call them big tech, also getting into this industry. And it's really interesting to compare that across context and across historical periods. Am I forgetting something, Signe?
No?
No?
Then I'm forgetting too. Then we get to the application layer, and I understand that applications can mean a lot of things in this room. What we've looked into are operating systems, browsers, websites, and apps that Beta needs to do all those things on the internet that she wants to do. And before I started working as a researcher, back when I was a student, I worked with media measurement. So measurements of old school radio and TV when it came to audiences and different kinds of audience bases. And we had systems in place for that in Denmark and in the US and a lot of places of the world that were quite reliable. It was a kind of everyone measures everyone basis, these systems. And they were used both by research, but also a lot by the industry. Then came, well, World Wide Web. then came something like streaming and disrupted these kinds of measurement systems. A lot of alterations were made to sort of account for what goes on outside regular broadcast TV, but it never really got as good as it once were. And that's also the reality that we've been facing when we've been looking into market distributions when it comes to operating systems, when it comes to browsers, but also when it comes to top lists of apps and websites, time spent, and so forth. And I bet a lot of you, through your customers, have access to this kind of data, but we don't at the universities. We've been using different kinds of databases to get to different kinds of top lists. The one we used the most was Amazon, that had global ratings for the web. But they closed that service down, probably because it wasn't really useful for Amazon anymore, and then we were left kind of in the dark, and then we had to resort to a lot of other different types of data sources. And then finally, and here it becomes even more complicated to be a humanities scholar, when it came to the different kinds of data services inside, for instance, websites and apps, we again had to revert to different reverse engineering technologies. So placing a computer at the university, opening so many web pages, also web pages that shouldn't be opened at the university, and and tracking all the different cookie calls back when we were looking at web pages, and later on now where we mostly work in the realm of mobile apps, opening up APKs, charting for different SDKs, domain calls, and so forth. This is a really tedious business. We have one PhD student alone just working on this for us to get any kind of insights into the kinds of systems that these applications rely on. And I bet all of you know this, but there are some real giants when it comes to this layer. There are some that most people will revert to if they want to build an app, for instance. Yes, okay. We have a little time. So using all these different data sources, this was just a few examples of the ones that we've been using. We've been building really big data sets. And the case that we brought as an example today were the Nordic welfare states and comparisons between them also over time. Historically, how did the internet come about in the Nordic context? How is it owned and controlled? How is it regulated? And as Sophie mentioned, when we look at broadband markets or access networks, we see a lot of I guess, a lot of employers in here, a lot of market actors that are old, incumbent actors. They've been around for a while. They managed to repurpose existing grids, existing know-how, and so forth for the internet. Then came a lot of other services and somehow challenged their business models, but they still stand quite strong here. And then we have a lot of talk now about Starlink and other providers, but we'll see about that. This is an example for some of the comparisons we've done on the backbone market. So this shows submarine cables and IXPs, and then it shows actors delivering and controlling these different technologies, again divided into the different countries. And I don't have time to go into the data here. We wrote a whole book about this, and it's open access, so you can just dive right into all the visualizations. But it really shows that there are significant differences between these Nordic welfare states that, to the public and in policymaking, has been enforced as very similar contexts where everything is kind of the same and we did it the same way, and the Nordic is this very forward facing region that did a lot of good stuff, and we just see a lot of differences between these countries that are important to what it means to be a citizen in Norway compared to what it means to be a citizen in Denmark today, or in Finland up towards the Russian border and so forth. Again, if we look at the application markets, this visualization is just, this is something, it looks at the most used apps and websites across these 4 Nordic countries, and then the providers of those apps and websites. So it shows a consolidation of a market in terms of providers that were manifold and looked very different 20 years ago compared to how it looks today. And that, of course, is a long history of buyouts and a highly competitive market and so forth, but it very much goes against the idea of what we think the Nordic countries look like.
Yeah, and so something that we might add about that is that it's clear when comparing especially websites and the website ecosystem and the app ecosystem is that the degree of market concentration and globalization is much higher when we look at mobile apps than when we look at websites, which is interesting, I guess.
Yeah, so they more and more increasing mobile communication compared to web communication means also more and more market concentration in the Nordic region, and in Myanmar for that sake. All right, this final visualization looks at the data part of the layer, and what we've done here is that we actually mixed the apps and the websites in one, and then we looked at the cookie calls, the domains, the SDKs, for both types of application, and then at the market providers over at the end of the green line, and you can see Alphabet, Google as, of course, one of the very prevalent actors in this. This data is, we made this for the book 1.5 years ago, and it has only increased this image of who actually provides data services to the application layer, and also makes a lot of money from it that they then use in other industries, as we've heard about earlier today. There's big bucks in this. Right.
Yeah. So I guess we've reached some of the conclusions. What we have tried to explain that is that we work on 2 things mainly. Namely, one is to try to translate, both to understand ourselves and also to translate some of these technical matters that we need to be able to grasp a little bit of, at least, if we are to make sense of the societal challenges that we are facing and that we are increasingly discussing in public and in the political system. And what we hope to contribute to through this maneuver is to push the agenda around the so-called tech giants, or whatever we want to call them, towards also a greater attention to their role as infrastructure providers. So not only constantly discussing screens or content,
or
Chromebooks, but also understanding like the deeper roots of this infrastructural power that is still growing. And the other part is also what we have presented very briefly, of course, to you today, is basically methods developing. So what we are doing most of our time is to try to identify the the best empirical entry points for understanding these power structures and identify and develop methods that allow us to increase the monitoring of them and a more systematic monitoring. But what we constantly, the wall that we constantly hit, or the paradox perhaps, is that we are very much, no matter what we do, acting at the mercy of the objects we study. So I think we want to end up here with raising this as a point for discussion, actually, the fact that the data sources for making sense of and monitoring these systems are highly volatile. So the moment we have developed methods for monitoring, web traffic and the highest ranking websites, Amazon decides to close down Alexa that we had been using. So we need to find something else. And we have a wide range of examples of this. Also for the submarine data map, they used to have an open GitHub page where we could download the data. Now it's privatized and we need to purchase the data, and it's the same all the way around with all the data sources we used.
And if I may just add, this volatility, of course, also is expressed in some of the talks today, that there's a lot of data up here on these slides. We saw it this morning that sometimes the data sources are very divergent. Is it 5% or is it 55%? We really don't know a lot of the time because there is no real monitoring and it is so volatile. So it might be 5% one day and then 55% the other day, and we can't really confirm.
Yeah, but we're running out of time. So another problem and paradox, of course, is that the data sources that we use are most of them designed for many other purposes than ours. They're not designed for critical research, and of course it's a question whether we need tools that are actually designed for this type of intervention instead of relying on the commercial sources. And finally, and related to that, of course, we are also constantly faced with the fact that using this kind of existing data, of course, means that the indicators and variables are predefined and only allow us to raise some research questions and not others. So that was it for us. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. That was a different look at our world. I think very useful. So thank you. We have time for 3 minutes of questions. Nina.
I'll take them all. No.
and could you say who you are and your current affiliation,
yes,
etc.?
So hi, I'm Nina. I've been part of the folks who built the internet for the past 20 years. And I think this is an incredibly exciting job. I'm going to put it in job application after. But I was curious about one thing, and that was on your slide where you were talking about the backbone. That was either submarine cables or internet exchanges. That is a very, very rough division. And I wonder if you could just put a few words on how did you end up on those particular two groupings, or have you considered expanding it? I think, maybe 3 or 4 could be more suitable.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's a very easy question, easy answer. A difficult question with an easy answer here. Namely that we have been doing what was possible. So the indicators that we have presented today are based on data sources that were available to us. And for instance, we haven't been able to, before today, which is exciting, we haven't been able to find similar databases of data centers, for instance. So, but of course, to answer the second part of your question, we are constantly looking for new indicators and ways of expanding it.
And also, we didn't include all the different indicators that we did use. So Sophie had like a month or something. It was a great month for you where you just coded ASNs. Day in and day out. I didn't see her at all. So there's a lot of different other stuff that we looked at, but didn't include here.
Yeah, okay. So you had on your slide, you had a very good source of information about all of this till geography. And of course, it's a paid service. Yes. But I've used their database for years, and in many of the other slides you had, you could have pulled in data from till geography as well. So you should look closer on that. But I'd love to talk to you guys afterwards. I'll let
you too. Thank you, Dieter.
And Nina is a really good person to talk about for this stuff because it's what she does.
Great.
But from the network side rather than social science.
I concur, definitely. I'm Lasse from Telia, and I want to thank you for being the people who remind all the politicians that what we do in this room is actually real. Thank you for that. And then, regards to the access networks, what the information you have there, I think, is more on the service provider side. And in this group, we have both the fiber companies who dig out the fiber, and the service providers. The fiber companies usually have open networks, and then they have lots of service providers on top. So maybe what you're seeing is actually the service provider view, and actually not the access network view. So I think some of those resources that you have, the public resources, they also have some access network work that maybe I can point you to at some point.
Thank you.
Lasse.
Emil Petersen from Fiberby. As a network engineer, as a network engineer, we just have a big cable to Google and Amazon or whatever big provider, and that is fine. But as a human being, I'm sometimes thinking, what the hell, with some of the tracking and whatever other bad decisions are made against humans using these applications. So thank you to talk with the politicians about these things. Again, I just provide a internet that our customer wants. So what are we supposed to really do here? So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And a small round of applause, perhaps.
Wow. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again. It was a great talk, very useful, and please continue conversations with them. Right. So our next speaker is, dig out glasses, Julian Lusek. Is Julian here? Okay. Julian's going to talk about black hole detection and packet networks. So a shift of content. So Julian's from Juniper. Welcome. Is this your first time speaking here?
No, I've been a few times, maybe 3 or 4 times.
Okay,
over time.
welcome back.
Thank you very much.
I will hand you over to the audience.
Great, thank you.
Be nice to him.
Great. Hi, everyone. Yes, great to be back here again for the 15th edition. Today I'm going to talk about black hole detection in packet networks. Really, looking for black holes in the network can be traditionally quite problematic. The worst case is if it's your end customers who are the first to notice it, and then operations are, scrambling to try to work out where the black hole is. Even working out which PE the black hole is occurring on can be difficult in itself. And then when you identify which PE, knowing what the actual nature of the black hole is and what types of packets being affected is the next stage of investigation, which can also be quite time-consuming. And so really it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And transient drops are also particularly difficult to detect. You might get some issues with some transient black holing, and by the time you get to investigate, all the sort of evidence has gone. Perhaps the black hole's gone away, but you still want to know what actually happened during that time, of course. So what I want to talk about today is 2 main approaches to detecting these black holes. First of all, I'll say some words about indirect detection, but in fact the main purpose of the talk is to talk about a new method for direct detection. So that would be the main theme of today. So first of all, indirect detection. So what you can do is you can send some probes through the network in different directions following different paths. And you can see in this diagram we're sending 6 different probes. And of those, most of them are getting through, but you can see that probe number 5 and probe number 3 are actually getting lost somewhere in the network. And so what one does with indirect detection is to do some triangulation. And so knowing the topology of the network and the way the probes are traveling through the network, you can see that both probe 5 and probe 3, which were the ones that were lost, have got R1 in common and only R1 in common. And so it's reasonable to assume that probably R1 is the culprit, and you start investigating R1 a bit further. And so that's the sort of triangulation method that's used for indirect detection. But there is an issue with indirect detection. The main one is that a black hole might only affect packets with particular characteristics, particular destination address, particular label, particular packet size, etc. And the probe packets might not have those characteristics. So those are getting through perfectly fine, but particular packets are still being black holed. And also, as the network gets bigger and bigger, triangulation becomes increasingly difficult, because you'll get probes being dropped for random reasons, like a link going down, you'll lose a couple of probes, and multiple things happening in different parts of the network at the same time. So if we go back to our example, here this time you can see that probe 2, probe 3, probe 4 and probe 5 are not making it through. And what's causing that? It could be a combination of R3 and R1 black holing, or R2 and R4 black holing, or other combinations of those. And so as the network gets bigger, doing this type of triangulation gets more and more complex. And also knowing what particular path a probe might be following isn't necessarily easy either. And so what I want to do is to turn our attention to direct detection. And so the key principle behind that is, packets don't get dropped just for fun. A router knows why it's dropping a packet. And so what this method uses is the fact that the router dropping the packet proactively sends a report about it to an external collector. And that's what we call an exception report. It was an exception packet. The packet was dropped, so that means it's an exception packet. And the key thing is the report, as you'll see shortly, contains a reason code, the actual reason why the packet was dropped, plus a lot of extra metadata. And the scheme is generic in the sense that it works with any kind of packet that the router can forward. It could be IP version 4 or IP version 6 or MPLS or layer 2. It doesn't matter what sort of packet it is. So let's have a little look in a bit more detail. And so that grey rectangle in the middle of the slide, that is one router, and it has multiple packet forwarding engines, or perhaps just one packet forwarding engine if it's a pizza box. And that's the thing that's doing the packet processing. So it's doing lookup on the packet header, analyzing that, working out which way to send the packet, doing other processing. And normally it would just send it out on the egress interface. But in this situation, if the packet forwarding engine needs to drop the packet for some reason, what it does is to send this exception report to an external collector. And it actually uses IPFix. IPFix is a good choice because routers nowadays, the packet forwarding engines, the ASICs, are able to do IPFix inline for just normal flow analysis. And so we can leverage that and use it for this exception reporting as well, because all the machinery is there to be able to construct these IPFix packets and emit them directly from the PFE to an external collector. The other thing you can do, especially for lab work, is if you want to avoid having to go to the trouble of setting up an external collector, if you're just having a quick go with this functionality, is you can just send it upstairs on the router to the control plane, the routing engine, and have a local collector put it into an SQLite database or into log files. That makes it easier to do lab tests. In terms of Juniper, we were the inventors of this, and it's called Juniper Resiliency Interface. If you're looking at our tech pubs, it's been available for about 3 or 4 years now. It's been very successful, so quite a lot of production networks have deployed it, and the people who deployed it found it a very useful tool, making it much easier to detect these black holes. Now, when I say black hole, sometimes people use the word black hole to imply that the router's misbehaving. It dropped the packet and it shouldn't have. But of course, there are legitimate reasons for a router to drop a packet as well. And so I'm using black hole in this more wider context. And so that's what this scheme does. It deals with whatever reason the router, or in particular the packet forwarding engine, needed to drop the packet, that's recorded in these IPFix-based exception reports that get sent out. So what are some reasons or categories why the packet could be dropped? And these each have a corresponding exception code, of course, in the IPFix packet. And these are just examples. There are several dozen of these in practice, of these reason codes. And so first of all, unknown address family. So suppose you're running an MPLS network. Normally you just run MPLS within your network. You don't allow MPLS packets to come in from outside. By default, MPLS is fail closed. It's not on by default on an interface. So if somebody's trying to probe your network, perhaps they're maliciously trying to send MPLS packets into your network, they're going to get dropped by your externally facing interfaces. But you might want to know that they're trying to do this, and so that will actually generate a corresponding exception report sent out via IPFix. No matching IP prefix in the fib. The packet comes in with destination w.x.y.z. That simply doesn't exist in the fib, and so it must be dropped, and you'll get an exception report. Similarly, for MPLS labels, packet comes in with MPLS label A, and that's simply not there in the fib. Perhaps the fib's been misprogrammed, and so the packet is dropped. I mean, in the early days of segment routing, one of the reasons why people might have seen this is that they used to configure label stacks manually on the ingress router. They used to say, push label 137, 48, 28, 9, 42 or something. And when the packet comes with topmost label 42 at a transit router, if it doesn't know what 42 means, because somebody mistyped 42 on that ingress router, it would have needed to be dropped, and so this would detect that. TTL expired could be due to transient micro loops or permanent loops if somebody's got, static routes pointing at each other incorrectly. Some layer 2 things, unknown VLAN tags. So a packet arrives at an interface with VLAN tag 101, and that's simply not been configured on that interface. And then some things, if you're doing bridging or EVPN, MAC learn limit exceeded. So you've actually, blown the MAC limit that's been configured, and so those offending packets will be dropped, of course. MTU exceeded. So if your network supports jumbo frames, you're supposed to set your MTU accordingly on all your links. Perhaps somebody forgot to do that on some link in the middle of the network, and so of course it's only the bigger packets that are going to be dropped, and so spotting that can be quite tricky in a big network. And then the bottom row of this slide, various malformed packets like header errors and checksum errors and the declared length not matching the actual length of the packet as received. So those are the types of categories, examples of those. Each of those has a corresponding exception code in the IPFix report that gets sent out when the PFE drops the packet. So if you want to do some tests in the lab, this is the easiest way of setting up some tests. You could just have 3 routers in a row. R2 in the middle is the device under test. In this diagram, what we're doing is we're pinging the router on the right-hand side, R3, from R1, but we're setting the TTL to 1 deliberately, and so that's going to be dropped on R2, and that's going to cause it to send one of these exception reports. Or you could do the MTU thing that I mentioned. You could have a larger MTU between R1 and R2 than between R2 and R3, and then send packets with a size somewhere in between those 2 MTUs, and then it's going to get dropped by R2 and generate an exception report. Or another quite easy one to do is just have a static route on R1 pointing towards R2 or beyond, but R2 simply hasn't got that prefix in its fib, so it will send an exception report because there's no matching prefix in the fib. So those are quite easy ones to actually set up in the lab. And then what you can do is, you could set up an external collector, or if you just want to have a quick look in the lab, you can just send it to the local routing engine on the router where it will put it into a file. And here's an example of that. And so what I'll do is I'll step through the different information elements in this IPFix exception reports. And so first of all, you can see highlighted in yellow the exception codes. That was the reason this particular packet had been dropped. And the value has been translated into human readable text in the actual physical IPFix packet. It's a numerical code, of course. And so you can see TTL expired highlighted there in yellow. But we can look at some of these other fields as well. NH index, that's the next hop index, value 707. And so that's an index into the forwarding structure that describes how that packet, would have been forwarded. In this particular example, as it happened in this network, it was running LDP, and 707 would have been saying, oh, if the label packet comes in with label Y, then pop the label and send it out on interface gig E100 towards the egress node, which was R3 in that diagram. So that's effectively telling you useful metadata about the actual forwarding entry that would have been used to send that packet if it exists. OIF index, that's the outbound interface index, if that had been determined at the point the packet had been dropped. Here it's 0 because TTL had expired, so there's no point even determining the outbound interface index at that point. The header processing would have stopped at that point. And then if we look on the right-hand side, you've got, second one down, the incoming interface index, the index of the interface on which the packet had arrived. But also, very useful if the packet's arriving on a lag, we've got multiple member links, which particular member link the packet had arrived on, because that might be pointing to something. Maybe it's something to do with a particular member link that's causing particular packets to be dropped. That's the one on the top of the right-hand column. And then you've got flow direction. So that's set to 0 if it was the ingress packet forwarding engine that dropped the packet, or it'd be set to 0, 1 if it was the outbound packet forwarding engine. And then the first few bytes of the packet, in this example, the first 64 bytes of the packet, extra metadata. So all of this combined is actually very useful information telling you about the nature of this black hole, why packets are being dropped by this particular router. Now, it's useful to standardize these things, and so we are co-authors on this draft cited here, which first of all proposes new IPFix information elements needed for reporting these exceptions, because you'll probably have recognized that some of those information elements that you saw in the previous capture don't exist in pre-existing IPFix. It proposes the new ones needed to support this. And then also it proposes putting the reason codes in an IANA registry, because you want these codes to be, set in stone, standardized, etc., to allow for interrupts. That's what that draft is all about. And so if we go back to the previous capture that we did, you can see which are the required new IPFix information elements. So the ones in green. So the exception code itself, that's a new IPFix information element. That next hop index that I discussed. The underlying interface index, that's sort of generic use apart from, this particular application, and also the flow direction, which packet forwarding engine had dropped the packet. So that brings me almost to the end. So I've talked mostly about what's happening, on the actual router, but then, the external collector is important to be able to do some analytics on the packet. You could, build your own, perhaps on the basis of, IPFix tooling that's available out there. We have a platform called Paragon Automation where we're introducing the collection part. And so the thing is, the automation platform is ingesting these IPFix exception reports, but also other information like through streaming telemetry, interface statistics, protocol errors, things like that. BGPLS for topological information. BMP ingests for allowing the routers to stream the contents of their BGP, adjacency rib in, adjacency rib out, and local rib. And so therefore the collector, on the collector side, it's performing filtering and analytics, correlating the IPFix exception reports with other events that it's observing happening on the network. The AI word, here it is popping up again in this talk, doing root cause analysis with the aid of AI, and raising alarms and alerts, and leading to remediation. So the external collector part is also important to complement what the router's doing in actually sending the exception reports in the first place. So this is the final slide. If you're interested in reading more, there's some links to our tech pubs and also these blogs which dig into a lot more details about all of this. So with that, thank you very much.
Julian,
Pleasure.
do we have any questions? Because we have lots of time for questions. No questions? Oh, we have a question. And I promise we didn't bribe him.
Hi, Mikkel from GitHub. Does this need some kind of like more fancy forwarding hardware, or would it also work with like Broadcom chips and stuff?
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, we haven't implemented it on any Broadcom platforms yet. I mean, certainly, we've done it on ours. So the things we've done it on is our MX and our PTX systems, which use our own in-house, silicon. So, I guess if this picks up, then, other chip sources would probably want to, implement the infrastructure to achieve it over the course of time.
Thank you.
Hi, Aleksi Suonen from Finland. I think your slides mentioned the year that this support was implemented, but what Juno's version do I need if I want to try it out?
Right. That'll be in the first link on that penultimate, no, on the ultimate slide, actually. So that's, lays out, platform hardware versus different releases. But, some of the things were out in, 22 dot something, actually. No, 21 dot something, actually, in the first instance. Yeah, so depending on, which router, some of it's been around for, I guess, 3.5 years or so.
Monrad mentioned chip support, but do you know which switch vendors have sort of both?
I think we're the only ones who've, publicly, said that we support this at the moment. So that's where we are, at present.
Hi. Hi. I'm Nils Jensen. Okay, I'll just. Okay. Nils Jensen from DKNOG.
Could you please use the microphone because...
Well, okay, I'll try. I collect IP...
So.
Okay, thanks. I collect IPFix from Juniper using NF-CAPD. Do I need something else to collect this type of data, or how do I?
I mean, they are IPFix packets, so as long as it understands the different fields in it, that's fine. So things like, I mean, you don't have to use. What I'm saying is, you don't have to use our collector. Like things like, GoFlow2 or PMAct, could be used for it. You need to define, do a bit of customization to define the extra fields, corresponding to the information elements that are new, but you can do it. And in fact, in one of the blogs, it discusses doing that. So the second of the two blogs on that list, discusses that. In fact.
Thanks.
I'm Anton, and
could you get a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Yeah, it's also IPFix related question.
And who are you?
I'm Anton from FIBE. Normally, IPFix has those sampling policies and stuff, so that if there's too much, then it doesn't send out too much. Are those policies also applied to the exceptions as well?
Yes, so you can have a separate instance, in terms of the definitions to the regular IPFix. So let's say the router's streaming out regular IPFix, just for flow analysis and also doing these exception reports. You can, configure them separately, so you could have different sampling rates and, things like that. I mean, from the router point of view, given that, modern routers on the packet forwarding engine, they can stream out, pretty good sampling rates, the regular flows. Presumably these exception reports are at a lower, occurring less frequently than real packets coming in, or, packets that do get successfully forwarded. So, potentially you could afford to have a more rapid sampling rate on the exception packets than on the normal flow packets, and therefore you've got the degrees of freedom to, set them, at different sampling rates if you wish.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Julian. And
Thank you very
welcome
much.
back.
Oh, thank you.
It's a small, unexpected. So, next up, we're going to have a talk. Hey. And this is why not having an app to read the notes is annoying.
Yeah.
Stupid web browser. So I don't know your name.
Sorry, Michael Daly.
Michael and
Bart.
Mike Bart. So they're going to talk about engineering through the eyes of Henry Royce.
We're going to talk about cars and BGP monitoring.
Well, yes, I was going to get to Henry
sorry.
Ford and Henry Royce.
Sorry.
I do remember some of the notes.
Yes.
Anyway, perspective of BGP engineering from a car manufacturer.
Yes.
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 Enjoy.
Thank you.
You have half an hour.
We do. Great.
Actually, you've got 35 minutes probably if you were
Well,
to run over.
I could talk all afternoon about this if you like.
As I say, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. So I'm Michael Daly. I'm Senior Director of Engineering at Imperva. Imperva do Cloud WAF, various other bits and pieces like that. And essentially I look after network engineering, or some of network engineering, SRE, infra-eng, and network automation, which is where Bart comes in, who's now running away from me.
Yep, I was. Sorry. You go ahead. You go
Cool.
first.
So I've been in this industry for 30-something years now, starting off doing help desk stuff, building networks for Mercedes-Benz, then into network engineering, and then later into management.
Yeah, I'm Bart. I've been there a little bit less long, right? You can see that from the hairline, I guess. So that's. Yeah.
Why do I put up with you?
So about 20 years. Originally from networking, and then I realized like there must be a better way than using Notepad all day doing VLANs, and I'm not referring to Notepad++ by that, right? But so went into automation, scripting, development, and here we are.
The mandatory corporate slide. Imperva do all kinds of interesting things, CWAF, DDoS, and security tools. We have 65 now POPs around the world in various locations. We're managing over 1,000 network devices. We're managing over 4,000 servers. We were purchased by Thales back at the end of 2023. So we're now part of that whole big 80,000 person company as opposed to the small 1,400 startup-ish like company that we were before. So Imperva has a bunch of issues that we're trying to solve at the minute around the automation and the network stuff. Many systems that make changes at the edge and they don't talk to each other well. There's lots of old code because it's all grown organically over a long period of time. There's no real modern libraries and there's very little documentation. Stop me if you've heard that one before. So what we have is we have a rocket ship. We have this great piece of infrastructure that does this great stuff. It must be particularly good. Somebody's paid $3.7 billion to buy us. So we're doing all right. But it's very old. It's antiquated. It's out of date. It needs some revision. So 1863 was a great year for cars. This gentleman, Henry Royce, was born. Now, Henry was obsessed from a very early age with engineering. He built lots of things really, really well. And then with a bit of a loan from a friend and some investment from his family, he started a business making, anybody? Cranes. So, Royce cranes were the best. They were well engineered, they were well thought of, and he was obsessed with making them right. Around the turn of the century, there was lots and lots of imports from America, from the Italians, from the French, but they weren't quite as good as the Royce crane, so he kept going and kept going. So, Henry was obsessed with precision, or he was obsessed with accuracy, because the two things are kind of the same, they're kind of interchanged, so let's just talk about that very quickly. My very first job was with Mercedes-Benz. Now, when you joined the board of Mercedes-Benz, the managing director gave you a watch. This was his watch. Now, this watch was synchronized with rugby in the UK, and it meant that you could never be late for a meeting because your watch said the same time as his watch, all the time. This was very precise. This is my watch, see, I'm wearing it now. And it's been around, I've had this watch for 20-something years. My wife bought this for me, and I adore this watch. And I spent the price of 2 Apple Watches having it refurbished last year. That's how much I love this watch. I'm not going to change it for anything. But when I got off the plane in Copenhagen yesterday, I had to adjust it. Every so often it runs a little bit slow, so I have to change the time. So it kind of has to be adjusted manually from time to time. Now, I've never missed a train or a plane because of this watch at all. So here is the difference. Alexander von Weissleder's watch cost $1,000 and it was precise. My watch cost $1,000, but it's merely accurate. And that's the difference. So, 1863 was a great year for cars, because this gentleman was also born, Henry Ford. Around the same time, maybe a few months different. Now, he learnt his engineering from threshing machines and tractors and other things on the farms he was working on. But again, obsessed with engineering, obsessed with making things really well, kind of kept moving on. Around the turn of the century, so we're talking about 1900, both of these men were quite wealthy industrialists, and they both decided they really wanted to get into cars. Thankfully for us. Well, for those of us that like cars anyway. This is the first car that Henry Royce bought. It's a Dion Boutron French-made quadricycle, they called it. Essentially, it's 2 bikes with an ICE engine in it, internal combustion engine in the middle. He thought it was very well made. He thought it ran nicely. It was okay, much better than the American imports of the time. From that, he then went and bought this. This was his first proper car. Now, he loved this car, but it was a bit slow and it overheated and the brakes were a bit shabby. So he spent lots and lots of time working on it, making it better. Nothing was too trivial to get his attention and to be taken apart in his workshop. That then led to this. This was the first sort of Royce car. 10 horsepower. Now, he literally was, this was a work of love. I mean, he put more time and energy into this than he did in his children, I think. He would improve the brakes. He changed from chains to drive shafts. He did a lot of engineering on this to make sure it was absolutely perfect. And it was, and it ran really, really well. People loved it. From this, one of his engineers once said, there was nothing he wouldn't change on this car. There was nothing he wouldn't file. There was nothing he wouldn't fettle. There's nothing he wouldn't balance, just a little bit better to make it more and more precise. Following from that car, he met this gentleman, and history was made. We now have Rolls-Royce. This is the first car that Rolls-Royce made together. This was nicknamed the 2040, but it was painted silver and it was called the Silver Ghost. Everybody's heard of a Silver Ghost. This car ran up and down the country, from London to Scotland, from London to Scotland, backwards and forwards, and it never once broke. That was unusual for the time because cars broke down all the time, right? They were unreliable, they weren't well made, they were kind of thrown together, but this thing ran and ran and ran and ran and ran. This is the same car 100 years later. The rubber's been changed on the wheels because rubber decays. The leather's been changed on the seats because leather decays. The engine, the chassis, the rolling gear, the gearbox, it's all the same car. That's how well this thing was made. So, rather than going out and buying a quadricycle, Ford decided he would just make his own. Built it in a workshop, ran perfectly well, it did okay. This was then the first car he made under his own name properly. And again, it was made of good materials, wasn't overly expensive, wasn't particularly fancy, but it did the job it was supposed to do. It was an affordable car for many people to own. That was what Ford's goal was. Now, this is the Model T. Everybody knows about the Model T. This is the car that changed the world of manufacturing, changed how things work. In a Rolls-Royce factory, when they make the car, they make bits all over the place, then they pick them all up, and they wheel them into another room, and they try and put them together. And most of the time, they don't actually fit very well. So I have to bend them and fettle them and polish them and shape them and do some other bits and pieces. And all of a sudden, you have this car together and it drives out the factory. And it's a Rolls-Royce. It drives out the factory. It's great. It's a Rolls-Royce. But still, they've had to take something and change it to make it work. With the Model T and with Ford since, they roll down a production line. Somebody walks in, takes a part out of a bin, plugs it in, and it goes down the line. Everything is made to fit as it comes onto the production line. They don't have to make any changes to it as it goes. So here's the difference. Fords are precise, Rolls's are merely accurate. So, how does this affect the work we're doing at Imperva and how I've worked in other companies? Most companies make their software like we make Rolls-Royces. You take talented software designers, you take talented engineers, and they sit in separate rooms and they write code. And this code is fantastic. I mean, it's great code, but all of a sudden you've got to deploy it, you've got to monitor it, you've got to run it, you've got to look after it. And so you hand it down the hall to an SRE who goes, well, that doesn't fit. Put this in and plug that in and do this other thing. And they mean, all of a sudden, you've got a piece of software that goes out to the world and does excellent things. But it was accurate and you had to make it precise. For anybody that's interested, the tea here is excellent. So it's a Rolls Royce. We make Rolls Royces, and we do it really, really well. But we should be making Mustangs. As a developer writes a piece of software, he'd reach into a parts bin, pull out the observability piece, pull out the monitoring piece, we're done monitoring, pull out the observability piece, plug in the deployment piece, plug in whatever else it needs to be done, and this thing should just roll on the production line, roll out in production, and be perfectly happy as it goes. So, how do we do this? So Bart's going to talk about that in a moment, but essentially, we run to rigorous standards on everything we're doing at the moment. No backdoors to everything, to anything. APIs are the way to go. There's no tricky little database connections at the front. If you need data from something, you have to go through an API. Everything is done to rigorous standards. Everything is done to the same code. We rigorously review everything that goes out into production from this automation team, and we make it work. So, Bart, your turn.
Thank you. So I'm going to take you to one of the projects because we got limited time, so we need focus, right? So the BMP journey, the BGP monitoring protocol, is where it all starts. And let's start with the use case. What was desired? Yeah, what was desired was to be able to present to our customers, our DDoS or anti-DDoS customers, to present the data to them, essentially giving back the prefixes, the things that whatever they configured in our system, which gets configured automatically, all that stuff is beautifully happening, and that was there already. But being able to present that back to them and saying, okay, well, hey, you've configured this, right? You advertise that certain prefix or a bunch of prefixes. We are actually learning that, and all is green, all is good, right? So that was the intention. But that's not where we were, right? Where we were was we had people with access to the CLI because we're network engineers, we love our CLI. And those we were able to get certain data from the boxes, right? But not everybody should have access to the box, but they do need access to the data, right? So we have there this looking glass, and they are able to do their clickety-click in the GUI and get the information from that. And it works for them, right? They can get access to the data. They can get the BGP summary, they get the advertised prefixes, they get the received ones, the pre and post policy data. They can get the commands in there and get the information out, and it gets presented in the GUI, and all is good, right? NOC can access it, the network operations can access it, everybody can access that. All good. But having access or needing to go to a device and get the pre and post policy data for a box, there's not I don't know of a vendor that you can just say, okay, give me all of that for every prefix, every peer that there is on the box, and just give me that in a standardized format back, right? So what usually you need to do is, and this looking glass does that in the background, right? It translates the input and get a nice show command, and it will get that data. But you need to do that per peer, right? To get pre-policy data, you need to do it again. To get post-policy data, you need to want to look at the routing table, you have to do another command, right? So you'll end up in different commands, and if you would do that continuously on the box, you get an overloaded box, which is already doing a bunch of stuff on the network, right? So what if? What if we can offload the desired data, right? Not having to go to the box, the online box, but actually have that offline in a database, both the pre and post policy data, preferably without a real burden to the device, right? Easily accessible by the different teams, and as a bonus, perhaps an historical view of what has happened throughout time. So we used to talk about building blocks, and everybody does that, right, in their architecture design and their software, and Michael mentioned it, putting all the things together. But on top of that, I'd like to call them focus blocks, right? Especially since we started on this just journey with Michael on how we build the software, how we build the things, and having them really focused on it should do one thing, and it should do one thing really good. So if we're going to have a look at the architecture, right? We got the routers, and on the routers, we're going to configure BMP. For those who are not familiar with it, it's like a route reflector, but then from the BGP protocol into a BMP protocol, and which would go to a collector, right? The collectors in our case are containerized and they run on a server. It's written in Go. Credits go to Cloudflare for having a BBMP to Kafka repo for building that piece of software, and that's what we reused in this case. Once it gets to the collector, right, it gets put into a protobuf, some stuff happens on that service, and we dump it into Kafka, right? Since we got a whole bunch of POPs, 60 plus, we want to dump that in Kafka, so get that offloaded, get that out of the way, and then we can have a centralized consumer where all of the data is taken from Kafka and then thrown into the database. As Michael mentioned, we don't want people directly communicating to the database. They shouldn't have access to that. The least amount of people should have access, and we just want an API, right? You need certain data, you need it in a certain format. Sure, you get an API endpoint for that. But preferably make it easy, right? Get all the data in a single query, and you're good to go. There might be some filters on there, but the data is what they need to access. So, taking you again on the journey, right? I start happily coding and doing the thing that I love. We get a piece of open source software, and we're going to look at it. Yeah, it looks great. We're going to push it onto Kafka. We get all the bits and pieces. We work together with the engineering team, and there's going to be deployment in Kafka. And we need a topic, and we need the bits and pieces in Kubernetes, and we get an API. We need a Lambda somewhere. Sure, all good. So stage working, data's flowing, database filling. Looks really nice. We're like, okay, we're on a roll here. So we're going to take 2 POPs and we're going to take it easy and see how it goes. And we start deploying it. Data's flowing, database is filling. All good, right? We're happy. Kinda, right? It's never goes right the first time. We all know that. So, but there's nothing like a production-like environment or the production environment to test in. So that's what we got, right? So we ran into problems. Everybody ran into problems. Some call them challenges. I prefer problems because they can be fixed usually. So what happens? Massive amounts of data, essentially, right? Take a random router in any ISP. It's gonna have a couple of uplinks, right? We all want redundancy. We don't trust 2 anymore, so we at least need 3, perhaps 4, right? You get a bunch of IXPs. And then you get your internal peers, and then you get your customers on top of that. Considering that a ISP for IPv4 gives you close to 1 million prefixes these days. Do that times a couple of them. Do that plus the internal ones. Times that 2, because you got pre- and post-policy data you want to look at. So we're over 20 million prefixes already. That needs to go upstream per POP, per router. So 2 routers per POP is massive amounts of data. And that works fine on the producer side going upstream, but consolidating that into the consumer side is challenging. On top of that, what even was more challenging is that the original code that we used had a throughput of 30 messages per second. Who's good in math? So 20 million, 30 messages per second. That's like 200 hours at least of going through that to get that. On top of that, it's no surprise to you guys, but it seems that the internet, even though BGP is a stable protocol, the internet isn't, right? There's just continuous updates on the internet, stuff is changing, updates flowing, and LRI packets are going in every time coming in. So by the time that you're done, you can almost start over because it's unstable. So first thing that we fixed or improved is bump up the speed, right? So I got to take a look at the code, look at it, and see, okay, well, there's currently 1 synchronous producer in that code.
what if I make a pool of them and do as many as I got virtual CPUs to my access, which we ended up on 4, and then I was able to push up to 45K messages per second. So that went from hours into minutes, and that was good, but is it enough? The thing is, if going back to the use case, what we're really interested in is customer data. That's the most important part. So do we actually want to store and to transmit all of the ISP prefixes into Kafka, into the database? Because Kafka can handle it, right? If you produce a large amount of data or you produce enough, that's all fine. You can consume it. But throwing millions and millions of records into a Postgres database, single instance, then yeah, it's going to break pretty soon. So what we did, so on the collector side, right, close to the POP, close to the routers, or sorry, not close to the POP, on the POP, close to the routers, applying filters, right? We know which are ISPs, right? We know which ones are internal, and the internal peers we don't actually need to know because we already learned that from somewhere else, right? So that part is already redundant. So if we take all of that part out, right, and we focus purely on the customers, on the customer data, customer peers, and therefore the prefixes of them, we end up in thousands of entries, right, and not millions. So throughput became much better, or not better, it's a shorter time. By having still all the data going through the collector, but not having to push it all to Kafka, we have two things in one go, actually, because we can have the access or the data of the customer, we got that, and that's going upstream. But since we're processing that through those filters that I mentioned, we can actually just create a Prometheus metric with that, or a couple of those. So we can identify, okay, this is an ISP, that's an IXP, this is a customer, this is an internal peer, and we got all this information, which end result, as a side bonus, the network operations team and the engineering team and all the teams can just go to a dashboard and say, well, actually, what happened to that peer 3 days ago? And we can have that as a side effect in as BMP. We now have that part as well. So that wasn't planned, but it is a good side bonus with that. So another challenge is, I mentioned that the instability of the internet, right? So if you think of it, and we got a big audience of engineers here and people that know BGP very well, awesome. So BGP updates, when do they happen, right? And more tricky is, when don't they happen? So when you have an active peer, all good. The first time it comes up, it says, "Hey, yeah, we got established, all good. You got NLRIs, and we got BGP updates, awesome." So that's the happy flow. If the peer goes down, you get withdrawals, all good, happy flow. What if a change is happening, right? And the remote side has this prefix list outgoing, and it would previously send 3, and now it sends 2 prefixes. If he's nice and he does a soft reset on it, then you get you get a BGP update or withdraw saying, hey, well, now you got 2, so throw 1 away, and all is good. Not everybody does that, right? So what happens if you have your peering session, right, and the customer makes a modification, and instead of 3, he's sending now 2 prefixes, right, and he just plain boom, hard reset, BGP peer goes down, and after that he's only sending 2 prefixes. What happens in the original code is BGP says, well, okay, well, peer went down, flushing the database, everything gone, but that wasn't implemented in the code of BBMP to Kafka that we used from Cloudflare. So on the database, that was still always marked as, yes, that prefix has announcement true. So when we looked at it, like, okay, the customer was changing that or seeing that data in real life, it's like, well, that's green. Well, the router says it's not, right? Not a good thing. So found that. Fortunately, the interfaces for that were already there, though not implemented. So pretty easy fix. Change the protobuf, change the field, change the enum, that it is peer down session. Whoop, we can, not flush the database, but at least set the announcements to false, because we still want to keep the data in the database, so we can have the other teams see that over time things have changed, right? Because they still need to update it. They don't act on the absence of data, right? Back to focus. So those were two of the things, two of the challenge that we encountered that have been fixed. We're still working on big company, Thales, as Michael mentioned. So still working on getting that open sourced and getting that back to the community. Work in progress. So focusing, we got single purpose, right? We need this data to be presented towards the customer, and we got these building blocks. We're going to focus them, right? So a collector does that, right? It doesn't do more, and it receives the data from the router, parses it, puts it in a protobuf, sends it on to Kafka. Consumer then processes that, throws it into the database. The database, what it does best, store data, right? And we got the API gateway where primarily one team, right, towards the customer is consuming that data. But essentially, anyone in the company or any other team can reach out to that to the gateway to get that data that they're interested in. I mentioned Prometheus, and Grafana was the bonus to that. So building this code is relatively easy, right? It's a bunch of work, but easy. Keeping things easy is really hard. So that's what we're going to focus on, and what we need to keep focus on. And this is just one of the projects, right? So we need to do that, because historically we found out if you take sometimes the easy way and just adding a new feature and another one, you're going to end up in a solution that does 20 things instead of that single purpose, previously identified thing that you wanted to do. We don't know how that's going to work, right? We don't know what the future is, but we know that we're going to focus on that and try to keep our deal with ourselves, be a good friend to our future selves, and not having to worry about that in the future, hopefully.
Yes.
That's us.
That's it.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your time and attention.
Oh, questions already. Excellent.
This one is for you. I can feel it.
Yes, it is. I'm guessing from your example, you've read Exactly by Simon Winchester.
I have indeed, yes.
Right. So it's good that you use building blocks as an example, because, brief history for everyone else, Ford built the ability to make all of these parts the same.
Mm-hmm.
He built that on the back of a Swede, a guy called Carl Johansson. Probably shouldn't be talking positive of Swedes whilst in Denmark. And what he did there was he defined the measurement in those days of the inch. Obviously we're metric now, but he defined it as 25.4 millimeters. The problem with software is, we've got these building blocks, we've got these libraries. Yeah, I'm sorry, we changed that in version 3.4.8.9 dash Tuesday's build.
Yep.
How do we bring this idea of the standardized building blocks, standardized interfaces, whilst also not having the fact that everyone keeps changing it all the time?
Short answer is I don't entirely know, but we're working on it. I think it becomes down to how good is your change control, how good do you keep up with what's changing in the environment, how much time do you actually put to looking after and caring for the code that you have, as opposed to what most of us have done for the last 30 years, which is great, I've written that, you can go over there, and I'll go and do the next thing now. Right, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to build into this team that I'm then moving into the rest of the sort of my purview of engineering and Imperva is, just because you've finished it doesn't mean you can ignore it. You have to go back and look at it periodically and do it. And I think that's the mindset we have to get into, because we're quite good at doing it with network routes, and we're quite good at doing it with cleaning up IP space and that kind of stuff. We're terrible at it with software, and we've always been terrible at it with software.
Google described that as landings, not takeoffs.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, at least you had versions on there. That's already something. It was just not the latest. And that could have been worse.
Any more questions? Thank you for a great talk. Please come back and tell us how you're going to fix it next year.
Yes. It's a date.
and what the new unit of measurement is going to be.
Thank you very much.
And some small...
Yep. All right.
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks, Fergus. Nice to see you again.
Okay, a couple bits of housekeeping. First of all, there are other people having food served outside, and they would really like it if we didn't go and eat all their food. To the extent they've made a comment or two to the management. So please don't go and graze on random tables unless you're really sure it's ours. And the second item is also on food. If you have a food allergy, can you go and see Anna at the front to get a sticker so that when you get served food at the planetarium, they don't try and kill you by giving you something you can't eat. Because we don't have set seating places, we can't do the usual, don't give this person, don't give that person, whatever. So if you could do that in the break, that would be really helpful. And coffee time, and see you in half an hour. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. 2 more talks to go, then we can party all night. Well, at least till 11:30. So next up is Nicholas Scott Peterson, hopefully pronounced right. He's going to talk about mastering service sync between Netbox and NSO. So,
thank you very much.
Welcome. Good luck. They're quite nice, really.
I hope they will be. Cool. Hello, everybody. My name is Niklas. Just spend 30 seconds on me. My name is Niklas. I'm level 27, as I would prefer, as some people like to say it instead. I'm a network specialist in automation at a company called Norlys FiberNet, and a division of Norlys. So my job is to be lazy. And as Bill Gates said, he likes to hire lazy people because they find good solutions. My job is not only to be lazy, it's actually to be lazy on other people's behalf as well. So that's fun. And outside Norlys, I do a bunch of stuff at festivals, means I know a lot of people in this room from random places. So I won't have time during this talk to go into much depth. So what I will say, and that comes with the warning, is come talk to me after the talk. Because, yeah, I can't go into depth. But I will warn you that I have a tendency to talk a bit. So I spend some time on doing that. So it's at your own warning to come talk to me. So yes. Norlys FiberNet, for the ones in here that don't know, is Danish largest fiber network. So we operate everything in green with fiber. And all the names you see is also things we operate. But let's not spend too much time on that. My agenda for today is that I'm going to be talking a bit about the background of why I'm doing what I'm doing. And then we're going to go into what the solution is that we are going towards. So yes. So we already passed the intro, so that's good. So, Netbox. Before I explain our Netbox and go into a bit of that, I would like everyone to raise their hand if you use Netbox at your company. Because I have a feeling that's a lot. And I was right. Netbox is a very widely deployed system with many people in the tech community. There are some who also run Autobot, which is also a very good system. There's nothing against that in my view. I've looked at both and used both. But yes. Netbox internally at Norlys started in 2019. So we have some experience using the system. And Netbox with us has developed a lot since we started. You can see on this slide is all the integrations that I have and own for Netbox. Or it's not all even, that's most of the big ones, not all the small ones we have. The ones you can see all the way on the left where you see the D saying DDM, if you know what you mean internally in Norlys, and OpenNet, those are the ones related to our selling of services to Denmark. Because we are a wholesaler, so we sell circuits to other companies in Denmark. But then you see all the internal systems. And why do we have all these integrations? Well, the integrations have a simple goal. Again, lazy. So I have an engineer, I'll use Cisco ICE as an example. Before we had Netbox and we integrated it with Cisco ICE, every time an engineer created a device, changed an IP on the device, he had to go into Cisco ICE and say, hey, this device has changed IP or it's changed category of device and had all this stuff. But why? And why does he need to do that? Because we already document that in Netbox. So what did I do? I made an integration. So now, whenever a change is made in Netbox, it is within 2 seconds in generic speaking, reflected in ICE. So when an engineer goes into Netbox and says this device has changed its primary IP, look, it's in ICE, and it works. And that's amazing and it helps efficiency, because efficiency is the master here, and trying to be efficient with what we do. But what you see here are all supporting network systems mostly. So everything around the network, making it work, the systems around. But what if I want to push the config to the network? and I need data to flow to the network instead of from the network into Netbox. Well, that means we need to look into other things. So traditionally, everyone who implements Netbox, they start with the simple strategy of saying, we have the network here. We're going to take the network and push that data into Netbox. And we're going to be representing our network inside Netbox to show what is going on. And that works very well for a long time. And it did at Norlys as well. We did a lot of this, pushing data into Netbox. But we reached the point of discussion, or reached the point of having a problem. As I mentioned, we have an open net system that talks into our Netbox. It reserves ports on PA devices. If I don't want to divide up my PE into sellable ports and non-sellable ports, I would like them to be just one pool. Well, I need everything to be in sync. So I want to stop this method of going, or its primary will still be validating, but I want the things to flow the other way. So if people document things in Netbox, so an engineer making an MPLS link, he documents it in Netbox before it goes into the network. This means the single source of truth is formed, because Netbox is the single source of truth. You cannot take a port where going into a device, into a PE, and saying, writing a description, reserved for MPS link to this router. No, that is not a thing, and thus does not work with us. You go into Netbox and reserve that port, because that is the source of truth. And that is important for us because we have multiple systems going in and reserving ports in different orders and things. I have other divisions also going in and reserving ports on our devices and provisioning services for them internally. I need everything to be in sync. So this is very important for us to change this workaround for engineers and for the people, for my fellow engineers on the floor, operations say, we need to flip this cycle. Which is saying is flipping the script. Because a lot of people will start with putting data into Netbox. But how do we go on from there? So yeah, this is very important. And the more important thing to mention here is there's no point where we will stop going network into Netbox with validation, checking the data, validating that the data we have in Netbox is correct. And that will still, but correction of that data will be manual. So if someone makes a change in the network that is detected and then shown as a problem in Netbox, someone will have to go in to correct this manually, because we cannot know who is owner if it has not been started in Netbox. So, but with all this, we had a goal, or I had a goal. I wanted to start synchronizing services. And by services, I'm using an NSO term here, but also I want an extractive version of whatever I want on the device. So this could be an MPLS service, it could be a syslog service. It could be anything that needs some information to be published on the device and rolled out. I need to get this from Netbox to the device. And how do we do this? And how do we do this that it's not a specific service, that is a generic way to do this? That is a hard one. So that was not an easy task to solve. But I think we found a good solution, which you will hear more about. But I set up with a goal. I want to sync services to NSO. The first step was, how do I build trust in my engineers? Because my fellow engineers, they're in their habits. There's nothing wrong with that. But I need them to go into a new habit and follow this new habit and trust it. But how do we start that? The way I decided to say is that the first requirement for day one is we should use dry run verification. This means it's still the engineer who rolls out the config. He is just aided in doing his job easier, which means I can build his trust into the system and make him understand what is happening, and he can modify, he can change, he can look at the thing before it rolls out into the network. It's a very nice thing, and it's very much an easier way to start building up that trust into our engineers in this solution. The next thing I wanted is that, while Netbox is very good at storing DSIM and IPAM data, it's not that good at storing a lot of other things. So for the future, wrong order. I will take this one and go back. For the future, I would like to be able to support multiple systems of record. So being able to pull data from a password manager, a Git repo, whatever system I can that has an API that presents data. This is a goal to help this option. The other thing that I jumped over here is that no values should be duplicated, and that's a personal goal. Because values being duplicated inside the system to get it from A to B is more maintenance. And again, I am lazy. I hate doing maintenance work. If I can avoid it, I will do so. So therefore, I will not copy any values. So I'll not put the values from the description of an interface delivers on, it lives in NS, or it lives in Netbox, and it lives on a device. There shouldn't be anywhere really in between. And that's a goal to help and avoid that, because that just means more points of failure along the way. Then I have two kinds of services. I have what I call local services, and I have global or group level services. And again, services are extracted. So in this example here, a local service would be something like an MPLS link. This is specific for a device. This service holds anything that is specifically for one device and one device only. It is not something we deploy on, we have the same options for 100 devices. No, it's a single service for a single device. Then we have group level or global services. These are syslog and all our maintenance stuff and all this stuff that we need to set for 100 or 1,000 devices. I don't want to have to do these individually as local services if I can avoid it. That would be very nice to avoid and very nice, much easier for me to maintain. So, knowing all this, I went in looking for a solution. I had some tools at my disposal. Well, I knew I wanted to use Netbox, so that part was easy. And the network, yeah, that kind of makes it on itself. That's kind of needed in this. So what do I put in between? Well, internally we already use Cisco NSO. And there's nothing in this that you couldn't do this with another system. The reason we have NSO in here is because NSO is very good at abstraction, which means that I can, for, I will say 80% of a service, ignore what OS or platform I'm dealing with. There's of course some stuff I can avoid. A loopback interface on a Juniper and a Cisco, they are named differently. Yeah, I can't avoid that. I will have to document those two differently in Netbox. But how to make them and how to deploy them on different platforms, no. I don't have to deal with that. I will let NSO translate that for me and be my translation layer into multiple OSs, which is very nice and helps me put some of the load or complexity out into different layers of the solution. So that was very nice. But how do we connect these two solutions? So internally, for a lot of the integrations you saw on the earlier slide, we use Python, because Python is, and so far still is, the main automation language for network automation. So if a network engineer goes to look at how can I do a programming solution for a thing, they will most likely find a Python example. So what is there in that market? There is something we use a lot called Fast API. Fast API we use for a lot of our integrations and stuff because it's very easy to get into. There's no complex learning or how to do, so you can take an engineer who's just learned to make a Python script, and within an hour you can have an API that is REST compliant and very nice, has an automatically Swagger file. Everything is quite nice and it's quite easy. And low barrier to entry is a very important thing. And also means that I have more engineers who can help me build this stuff, which is very important for me because I'm not building solutions for me. I'm building solutions for Norlys FiberNet, which means they need to work when I leave too at some point, because I won't be at Norlys forever. So there needs to be somewhere and some solutions that can be taken over by future employees and they can keep being maintainable. Like you heard in the last talk, trying to get code that is maintainable and sustainable over time. Which also means that we're going more and more into internally, with more and more people doing Python into code quality, CI/CD, unit testing, all this stuff. But you don't have to do all that from day one. You can start very slowly, you can build an API, it's very simple, and it works very well. The next problem I faced is how do I make users interface with this solution? Well, a lot of engineers, with the first choice they would say is CLI. Give them a Python script or a CLI tool where they can enter in and then it will go do stuff. But I was like, I would like this to be even lower barrier of entry. So, for example, we had 2 new students start recently who are very new IT students. They just got in here from the basic course of the data technician. I would like them to also just be able to go into this tool and work it. What does that mean? Well, that means the thing I fear at times, a GUI. GUIs. I'm a coder. I'm a back-end engineer. I like to work down in the technical stuff. I can make a GUI. It won't be pretty. It will work, but it won't be pretty and it won't be nice. That is not my area of expertise. And dealing with authentication and front-end authentication, all this stuff for it is not something I want to spend hours upon hours doing. So what do I think? Well, my engineers are already documenting these things inside Netbox. They're already doing a large part of their task inside Netbox. And Netbox has a plugin community where I can make a plugin. Why don't I just make a Netbox plugin? It alleviates both my problems. I can do nice backend code, which I like to do. And then I can leave all the GUI stuff to just copying and pasting how they do things inside Netbox. So it's actually easy for me. And also I can write on the Netbox authentication plugin using that to alleviate all the security concerns. So it's very nice and it gets updated. Any security bug fixes on the how users authenticated, that's handled on the Netbox side. I just do the same thing they do, which means that if I continue to do that, well, then I'm in just as much compliance as the system is. So that's very nice. Now we have all the components of today. But you see here that I don't have any other system than Netbox. That's because we don't use anything today. But because I have Fast API in this cycle, I can add an integration to whatever system I want that has an API. So our password manager, whatever we would like to integrate. I can add an API call. I can add a support for that inside the tool. And that means data can flow and I can use data from that system in doing my services, which is very nice. And it gives the openness that we want. And Fast API also allowed me to fulfill my goal of no values being deduplicated, because I could do Ginger and some reverse Ginger magic, I won't delve too deeply into, to basically say that I don't have any duplicated values at all. I only have references in config, which you will see an example of later. But to go into the process, and I will go over this quickly to not dive too deeply, but what happens when the user sends a request? They start in the plugin, it goes up to Fast API. Fast API then does a bunch of requesting of data to Netbox. It can do 100 sessions of the requesting data to make it quickly. It's supposed to happen very quickly if I can. And then Fast API goes to NSO. It has assembled a patch request for NSO. It goes to NSO saying, hey, I want to update these services, I want to delete these services, all this stuff happens. And then NSO says, sure, here's a dry run. That goes all the way back to the user in Netbox and is shown. The user then clicks apply, accepts the dry run, and then the whole process runs again. And what ends up happening is everything goes well. The dry run is the same that is expected now. So we push the config out to the network. And then we're good. We've pushed config to the network from Netbox. We've never left Netbox. We've made a whole change inside Netbox. So that's very nice. I think my engineers like it very much at this point. So how does this look in practice? So we have a task. I have a network engineer. He's been told, we need a link between these 2 devices in our lab. and they need 2 times 10G link, an MPLS link between those two. Can you go make that? Sure. The engineer says that's no issue. He then goes into Netbox, he finds the devices. He then opens each device and finds the ports he wants. He sees, hey, 14 and 15 10 gig ports, they're available on both devices. Means I can make a nice, easy task for the engineer or the technician out in the field doing the task, because he can just go 15, 15, 14, 14, easy peasy. That works for the technician as well. The engineer then takes it and goes into Netbox scripts. And if anyone that doesn't know Netbox scripts, an internal way of using Netbox and doing things inside Netbox. Yes. We have approximately 20K lines of code inside Netbox scripts to help us do internal things and make things very easy. The engineer takes all this data he has gathered, he figures out the ports and stuff, he enters into this tool that's making an MPLS link, he then executes it. The tool then does a bunch of things. It gathers a lag ID, it gets IPs based on what type of link it is. It does all these things inside to make this very easy. It's very nice. What do we end up with? We end up with an MPLS link. It's fully documented inside Netbox. And how many steps was that? That was 4 steps? Now we have a fully documented MPLS link, we have IPs, we have everything done for it. We have all the things we need to make the link. What happens behind the scenes, and I talked about the reverse templating and stuff, there's a bunch of data that gets generated by the script that is used to provision stuff. And this helps us get to a finishing point. I won't dive too deeply into this. Come talk to me if you want to know more. The engineer again goes in, he sees the dry run. There's a small page on each device that says, hey, this device is now out of sync, do you want to sync config to it? He then checks the dry run is shown. He then clicks apply up in the corner. And when he does that, it starts running. It goes through the whole process we just saw. When he gets to the end, it says done. I've now deployed config. Cool. We've never left Netbox. What has happened here? Well, if we go into the device, we started with this. 2 admin down ports on the device. What did we end up with? We ended up with a bundled green created interfaces that are configured and up. We ended up with OSPF working as expected. Cool. One small thing here. Did you notice in the task it said documentation? A step we had, and I didn't show this, but how do we do this? In the script there's this line where it creates a long ID, and the ID doesn't matter, it's just an ID. If you use this ID inside our Netbox, you will find the data, everything that is related to the creation of that link has been tagged. So it means you can go pull up a full task for the engineer in 1 step. Don't need to go in to do 10 things, just 1 step. So yeah. This is the solution we have today. We're working on this. We're primarily using on our OOB network. We're going to be developing this more, going into things like brownfield strategies. How do we adopt all the existing services? Reconciliation, Alan will talk more about very soon. I won't go too deeply into that, but that's a whole thing. We're going to be adding more services. There are some things I need to work out between NSO and the devices. I'm working with Cisco on. I'm looking at you down there. And we're doing extra integrations to other systems. And then we're looking into compliance. Compliance, I will show 1 slide on here. One of the things that we're getting once we update the plugin soon is that we're going to get an in compliance or out of compliance thing for each device, which is going to show us if the device is in compliance or not, which is going to help our security folks sleep easy at night, hopefully. So yes. But that was all I had. I now have some time for questions, hopefully.
Thank you very much. We have lots of time for questions because you're early. So,
Good. Thank you very much, Bart with Imperva. So you said speed was important. You like it. From the fast API, you would connect back to Netbox, and I'm assuming you're doing REST calls doing that. Have you tested and looked into using GraphQL to do that?
Yes, or we're going to be looking into more doing crafting a collected GraphQL request. Currently, we're internally in production running an older version of Netbox that doesn't have GraphQL. So right now what I do is just parallelize the calls. So I gather a list of all the data points I need. So if I need interface this, interface that, and I go gather all that data from Netbox, and then I go get the fields I need from that data. So I do it in multiple operations because the data getting is the hard part. Figuring out what data I need and getting the fields from that data doesn't take any time at all, relatively. I use OpenTelemetry inside these applications, so I follow what part of the application is actually slow. And I was shown that was the Netbox part. Getting the data was always the slow part. Figuring out what I need and figure out the data from that and converting formats and all that stuff doesn't take anything. That is milliseconds. But yes, GraphQL is definitely on the horizon.
Simplify a lot of things for you.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking into that once we upgrade to a version that has it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any more questions? Great. Party's getting closer. Thank you very much for coming. And
thank you.
So we have what we call in Scotland a well-kent face coming on stage next. Oh, maybe he's not. He's going to. So Alan is going to talk about brownfield services with an input from interior design. And he's our last speaker before we break for social tonight. Reminder, if you have a food allergy, please go and talk to Anna so that she can give you an appropriate sticker so we don't kill you. Or the catering staff don't kill you. And so, welcome, Alan.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
I'm just going to do a thing where I put my phone up with a stopwatch so I know that I'm keeping time, because that's the only way I can keep time. It's not that, I mean, I have a tendency to talk very quickly, and so it's the opposite problem that I'm trying to address. So there's a clicker here. So, hi everybody. Really happy to be back at this stage. My name is Alan Ising. I work with network automation, designing and building it for Telia. I have lived in Norway for about 7 and some years. And last May, I think it was, I bought an apartment. And I had to take it over in September. So there was quite a long distance between purchasing it and living in it. So I spent my summer obsessing over housing plans and interior design, learned some new skills along the way, and I'm trying to use some of those skills in this presentation. I'm going to talk about brownfield services, and I'm going to try to explain it in the medium of interior design. We'll see how that goes. A short disclaimer first. I'm working with Cisco NSO professionally. A lot of these terms that I'm explaining, a lot of the challenges are universal, but there are some of the solutions and some of the problems that are also somewhat uniquely Cisco NSO. I really hope that even if you have no idea what Cisco NSO is, or no intentions of using it, that this will be applicable to you in some way anyway. So, first of all, we're going to use the medium of interior design to explain some problems you might run into with brownfield scenarios, and I'm going to explain more about what that is. But humor me here a little bit. If you imagine, we start with the greenfield, and if you imagine that is a little bit like starting with an empty room. The room doesn't have any furniture, it doesn't have any paint on the walls. Maybe the walls are white as they came, maybe they're just unpainted. So we want to figure out what to do with this room, right? So we if we use an automation term, we want to have a service that describes what we want our room to look like. And we do this by defining what the final state of our room should be. In this example here, we want a room to have 3 chairs. We want a table, and we want a sofa, and we also want to have green walls because that's going to look really nice. So we do this. And when we have done that, we record all the steps we took in order to go to that end result. And that's really important to do that. It's every single action we took from the empty room till the finished room, when the room is in the desired state, we record that. In this example, we've painted the walls and we've added the furniture, put in a table, put in 3 chairs, and so on. And these are just generally the actions we took to reach our desired state. And that's really nice, because that means we can also do the opposite. If we want to move out again, we now know that we just take the list of things we did and we read it the opposite way around, and we do the opposite. So we remove the furniture, and then we paint the colors, the walls back to the color it had before, or strip the paint, or whatever you do. So this applies to network automation, because we can say that network automation is the act of transforming something in the network from whatever state it is in now to the state we want it to be. So we work with the desired state of our network. Are you a little bit confused? Let's try again with networking. So we want to have our services be declarative. We want to describe a desired state for something in our network. For example, we could have a service description that looks something like this. Like for something in the network, we want, and this here is thought as a network interface. We want it to have 100 megabit bandwidth allocation. We want an IPv6 address, and then we want also an IPv4 address. So that's the desired state of our network interface. And to reach that desired state, we have a number of actions we need to take. We will find the interface. We will add the IPv6 address, add the IPv4 address, add the QoS policy. That's pretty simple, really. And that, again, because we've recorded the steps we've taken, we now get the removal also for free, and we also get the modification of it for free, because we can remove it by just reversing the actions we took to build it. But if we want to modify it, we can reverse the steps we took, read the new specification, and build that instead. So we have all those atomic operations, we have those just by remembering what we did to create it. So pretty important here, when we remove it, we actually want to go back to the specific state we started at. And with a greenfield scenario where there's nothing in there and we started with an empty room, that's super easy. We just strip everything away and then we're there. But when we come to brownfield scenarios, it stops being simple. Because what can we say about brownfield scenarios? Well, we could imagine that instead of moving into an empty room, we are actually moving into a room where there's something there already. Like you move in and there's already a table there and a chair. There's also a bookcase, and that's completely unexpected. Like we wanted there to be a table and a chair, and we actually wanted 3 chairs. And we also look at the walls, and they're blue instead of green. So that's our starting state, our original state here. We still have to reach our intended, desired end state here. So we apply our specifications on top of this. And it's a little bit, I don't know, this probably shows my age, but when I was in school, we had these transparent slides you just put over stuff, and it's a little bit like we're doing that to our network or our room here. We are applying the state description as closely as possible. And because our state description had no mention of any bookcase, we don't do anything about it, right? We've painted the walls, we've added the missing chairs, we added the sofa, but that bookcase is not part of our service description at all, so we just leave it there awkwardly in front of the sofa. Then when we remove the service again, we now have to restore it back to how we found it. And that's exactly like when you rent an apartment. Like you can do whatever you want with the apartment as long as you live there, but when your landlord comes and picks up the key when you're moving out, it better look like it was when you found it. So now you might be confused again, thinking, what's this with the bookcase? I don't have a bookcase in my network. But you have a network full of customer services. And some of these customer services, actually, the majority of the things in your network might have been created in the past. And it might have been created before you had any automation systems to manage them. That's essentially our brownfield scenario. You are adding automation, you are importing your services, but most of the services already exist. So just like this room had furniture, your network devices have configuration already. And you're faced with this problem here. You can't just assume that you can just mindlessly remove stuff again when you think you are done with the service. You might have some documentation. It really helps, but it might not be completely accurate. So if we imagine that you are applying the same network configuration that I showed earlier, with the two IP addresses, one IPv4, one IPv6, to an interface, but that interface has already some configuration. You can't tell if that is there on purpose or not. So here we have to just fix the things that we know about from our specification. Like we know that there's supposed to be an IPv6 address, but it's not that IPv6 address, so we have to correct that. We also know that there has to be an IPv4 address that was not there before, so we add that. And the service policy looks correct. So as far as we know, the desired state is somewhat correct already. So again, because we are dealing with this in this atomic way, we are still only documenting and saving the information about what we did to reach the intended state. And what we didn't know about, we don't touch. So we don't do anything with that MTU value there, it's just there. And that's, that's fair enough. It could be there on purpose. We could have pre-configured all our interfaces with a MTU value. We could have like apply groups or just some pre-configured stuff there. It's basically impossible to tell what is the correct approach here. And some of these can be expected, like some of these things could be because you have fixed configuration on your interfaces, some sort of protection to ensure that if somebody accidentally connects to your interface in a data center, they don't suddenly get access to your network, even if somebody forgot to do a shutdown or whatever. And in that case, fine. The interface wasn't supposed to be empty. Now we're changing the states, that's fine. But it could also be a symptom of something completely different. It could be a symptom of your documentation being wrong, for example. Like you could have a situation where you're actually overriding a different customer's interface because your documentation is mentions the wrong interface. So that happens. It could also be not wrong documentation, but missing documentation. Like we added this customer here, we forgot to update the systems. Is that familiar to anybody? No, I didn't think so. So, but hopefully we end up in a situation where when we've imported all our services into our automation platform, we run it and everything is in sync. And that's wonderful, isn't it? However, there's a slight problem here, especially if you're using Cisco NSO, because if you remember, it's all about those actions you took to reach the desired state. So if you're already at the desired state, you've taken absolutely no actions whatsoever. So, what the hell? if you remove your service, it's still going to be there, and that's an issue. And that is a problem of ownership. So this is kind of like that rental situation again, right? You move into a rented apartment, it's already furnished, that's lovely. When you move out, you can't take the sofa away because you don't own it. And if you think back at the example with the pre-configured protection configuration that's on the interface, cool. You don't own that configuration, that's there from before. You can also own too much. And this is especially a problem in service design, but it's also a problem that you need to address when you take over configuration that's already in the network. In this rather simplistic example, you might own the color of the wall, but you don't own the wall itself. So don't smash the wall before you leave your rental apartment. That's not going to be popular. And to put that into a networking perspective, if you're automating BGP peerings, your service might own the BGP neighbor, but it doesn't own the BGP process itself. So if you accidentally remove the BGP process, you're going to make a lot of people very unhappy. So it's similar to that. When you run into situations like the bookcase, you have to decide what to do with it. And that's really on a case-by-case basis. But it's a binary choice. Either you keep it or you throw it away. In Cisco NSO, all of this is implemented with a simple counter system, where each line of configuration that a service added gets a number, an incrementing number. So if one service has created something, it has 1. And if more services also create it, because things might be shared in your network, like a class map in a quality of service configuration, they just add up. Once when you remove stuff and it reaches 0, it's thrown away. It's kind of like putting a post-it note on an item. Like you find a chair and you have a stake in it in your communal house, and you say, I own part of this chair. And here's my address, by the way. And that's the way it works with Cisco NSO specifically, that each service that has a claim to some configuration leaves a little post-it note on that line of configuration and with an address and a phone number. And that allows us to actually figure out who owns certain parts of configuration. However, this is where things become complicated with brownfield stuff. Because if the table was already there when you moved in, it has an empty post-it note on it. So even though that there's one post-it note from your service with the service address, there's also an empty post-it note on it. And when you've removed your own post-it note, and it should be 0, there's still 1 on it, so you can't throw it away. There's a process in NSO called reconciliation that deals with this, where you can sort of claim back these empty post-it notes. But it's something you have to be mindful about, so you don't end up with situations where you, for example, tear down the walls or remove your whole BGP process. The BGP process thing is a thing that could have easily happened to me, so I'm speaking out of experience here. So the reconciliation part is the other part of this, and it's actually much more interesting to look at, because here we look at the color of the wall problem. Because, yeah, my service specification said that the wall was supposed to be green, but it's blue now. And if you imagine you're taking a service and you're applying it and there's a conflict between 2 parameters, who is right? And of course you have perfect documentation, so you can just blindly click override, right? No, we hardly can. And here the problem with the bookcase also comes in a little bit, because the bookcase could represent something in your configuration that was specially made for a customer that doesn't have a standard product or wasn't supported in your automation, so somebody configured it by hand, so it's there. And if you remove it, some customer is going to get really angry. So you need to sit down, look through your documentation, talk to the customer, talk to a salesperson or somebody who's been in the company for a long time to figure out what's the truth here. You could also just take the stance that the network is always right. That's a different stance. Let's look at this just with networking terms again. So if instead of a wall color we talk about a VLAN, and instead of amount of chairs we talk about megabits per second, and the bookcase could be an OSPF process that runs that we didn't have as a standard product in an automation platform. So who's to say which VLAN is the right one? It's obvious that there's one configured in the network and a different one in the documentation. Is the customer circuit working? Well, then it's probably the network. The megabits one could be, has the customer been upgraded by hand, or has the customer bought an upgrade to their speed and we forgot to implement it? Both could be valid. And then there's the OSPF thing here. That's probably valid, but there could be other examples of that. Like it could be parts of the configuration that's a deprecated way of doing things. It could be something that the platform inserts automatically. That's also a classic. You configure something on a router and it puts some default configuration in there automatically. That happens. But in the end, you're also, again, left with a binary choice. Either your documentation is wrong or the network is wrong, right? And it's, spoiler alert, it's probably the documentation. The challenge here is really one of scale. Because this is somewhat manageable on a single service level, and also 10 services. But often when I'm involved in projects where we stand with these dilemmas, it's because we've imported, let's say, 10,000 new services. We've developed automation for them. They were not automated before. We load them in, and it might not do the right thing in the network. So here is the tricky part. How do you actually do this at scale? So you have to do this analysis. You have to analyze each and every service to check if it is like it is here, and like the state in the network matches the state we've documented and are trying to achieve with our automation. And we can sort of do this using a dry run process. And this is not necessarily, I'm not talking specifically about the Cisco NSO dry run process, but a lot of routers today have some sort of dry run function. Like if your automation talks directly to a router that's relatively modern, it can probably do a commit dry run or a similar process, and it would tell you what it's changed. And if you have like an interface and with an IP address and you configure the same IP address on it, and you commit dry run, there should be no difference. And this is the principle that you have to apply on scale. Cisco NSO does it on a large scale in one transaction. If you have different kinds of automation, you might have to do it on a per router perspective. But anyway, you're going to do this on a per service basis anyway, so the difference is not large. If you do this and there is a deviation, you have to record it and you have to check out what is the deviation. And you'll quickly discover a lot of patterns here. So for each service, you basically have to do this dry run thing, and then you have to classify each deviation there is between these states. If it's a known safe, then you can just mark the service OK and continue to the next service. If it's an unexpected change, then you have to deal with it. You have to put it in a queue and inspect that service. And what does a known safe change mean? Well, there's a lot of things that can change in the documentation that's not really something we need to concern ourselves with. Like a customer could change their name, resulting in the change of an interface description. And, you know, doesn't change the customer experience if I change the interface description. So I've also seen examples where you have a bandwidth value that is 1000 M, but in the network it becomes 1G, and I'm going to take this away. It becomes 1G instead, and it's the same, 1,000 megabit is 1 gigabit, but it's delta. And you know, who knows why it's different, but that might be some old system we've used where gigabit was not a valid choice, so we wrote 1000 M instead. Who knows? Sometimes there can be something larger, and you should really also try to do the opposite thing where you remove it and see what you're left with. But this here is a really good start. And it doesn't have to be super complicated. We've tried to make this a really user-friendly experience. We've tried to, but when I did this the first time, which is more than 5 years ago, we did this with Python scripts we ran every night, and in the morning we woke up to a CSV file and a bunch of directories with diff text files, which works. We went through it and we analyzed it, and we couldn't fix 100%, but we fixed like 85% or something like that, and the last 15% were sort of swept under the rug and dealt with later, as things are in service providers, right? But we are now at the state where we're doing this more systematically. We're building tooling, and one of the reasons that we're building tooling is because this is a process where we need to involve a lot of people. The more people we can involve in this, the quicker it is going to be fit to fix it. So we have a system that basically runs on a production copy. This is not saying that we have an empty room with all the production routers and duplicate one next to it. No, we just have the configuration files in virtual NSO instances that are synchronized with the real production values. But you know, you don't have to use NSO. You can achieve this in other ways. There are lots of network simulation tools. You can probably do this also by just doing it on a configuration text basis. Especially if you pass that, then you have the same methodology available, really. So we can deal with it, and every red line on the list allows the operator to drill down and see both what's the actual delta in the network, which things were different than expected, and also experiment with changing the documentation variables on the side. So trying to see if I change the VLAN, will the output match now? Yes, good. Then I need to change the VLAN in the documentation, for example. Could also be something in the network that needs to be done, and there are other processes that's basically just a regular change process we're involved in there. So that's tooling we are building, and it's something that takes a long time because we need to do this on a case-by-case basis or a service-by-service basis. But we're building the frameworks and we're maintaining these frameworks, so it only gets easier in the future. So to summarize what this all has been about, the key challenges we have when we deal with automation of existing services in an existing network is the reconciliation of the differences between the network and the documentation, and the ownership of configuration. If the service is owned too little, well, things are not going to be removed as we expect them to when we're removing the service. If they own too much, we're taking down many customers when we only wanted to take down one. We can use dry run processes, and this is not automation platform specific, to simulate what adding a service would mean to the existing services, and this needs to be analyzed carefully. So there is no sort of quick win to this, but we have every company that deals with provisioning services have delivery engineers and delivery specialists, and these people should be really involved in this because they know more about this than anybody who's just writing automation. So they are the experts here. So with that, we come to the end. I hope maybe there's some questions.
Thank you, Alan. Do we have any questions for Alan? One question, at least. There'll be more.
Hi, Rory from Crusoe. You were talking about running dry runs on the system, and I'm not familiar with NSO, so this might be a dumb question, and I apologize. But have you reasoned or thought about unit testing these types of services?
We do a lot of unit testing with them. It's rarely the service code itself, but more sort of the differences between what we think they should be and what they actually are in terms of configuration. We do a lot of, I mean, the primary test we use is basically to ensure that we're not like we save an expected output and we do differentials between that whenever we update code, so we catch if some code would have broken something that's already in production. But unit testing is difficult on this level. You have to simulate it with real production data.
Thank you.
So, Alan, I have a question.
Could you tell everyone who you are?
Oh, yes.
Because we have very short memories.
Yeah, that's true. My name is Niklas. I work at DKNOG15. Yeah, I work with NSO, if you know, it's not realized. Yeah. Alan, in NSO, there's the replace keyword. How do you use that at all?
No.
No.
We don't. No, we are really, really careful about overriding production data. There's a lot of things in NSO where you can sort of just override stuff in the network. You can sync configuration to the devices, ignoring what's already there. You can write to specific places without being in sync with the network. A lot of these requires you to have a larger confidence with the accuracy of the data than I have.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Hi, Wilhelm from Sweden. It's very exciting that you have this talk because I was actually I've been working these couple of weeks with similar integration for verifying state out on the network. But I'm kind of curious, like, how do you do any more parsing of the configuration, like any syntax trees, or do you just do a raw diff? Because that's kind of what I'm considering right now when I'm doing it. Like, should I parse it up into a tree, or how should I approach this?
Well, I don't want to be a sales guy for Cisco NSO here, but one of the things that Cisco NSO does is that it ensures that everything works in the same format, and that format is netconf. So everything that you essentially do is just overlaying netconf trees on top of each other. So all the parsing is essentially done for you, except for things like route policies on iOS XR, which is just text strings, so shame on you, Cisco. But essentially, by having everything in netconf, even if the vendor doesn't support netconf, I'm completely free from any sort of parsing.
All right, thanks.
Hi, I'm from Finland again. What if I
What's
have
your name?
Huh?
And your name?
Alex is on it. What if you have cats and the landlord doesn't allow pets?
Yeah. Well, a bad analogy is like a leaking screwdriver, I've heard somebody say once. What was the question again?
Let's go to the social.
Yeah.
Okay. Alan, before you run away, we do actually have a box of chocolates for you. We managed to source one. So
thank you very much.
Thank you again, Alan. So next up is the social. Doors open at 1800, 6 p.m. You must have your badge, otherwise the lovely men and ladies will not let you in. Or out. Please try and get there in the first quarter hour after 6 o'clock, because they want to kick everything off, and it's not a space that tolerates people arriving 45 minutes late, 20 minutes late. So doors open at 6, try and be inside by 15:15. And there's a lot of stairs to climb because it's a planetarium and they didn't invent lifts. So enjoy this evening, see you tomorrow.